Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Depends where you are domiciled in this world. As I greet you, welcome you, please endeavor to welcome another person to join us on our today's program. Why do we need people to join us? Is for them to hear the message and for them to also rethink and for them to also understand that this swear of the name IPOB is not a name of a country. A name IPOB is a pure organization that under the international law, it stands to be a political pressure group that are pressurizing Nigeria. That is why Nigeria look at this political pressure group that is pressurizing us and tag them a terrorist state, a terrorist organization. Based on that, and based on all the information around us, I have come to understand that there is a way to achieve a nation when you lost it. And that way to achieve this nation is what USB only is doing under the leadership of our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze, that everyone is attacking today. Like the time of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah declaring Ghana in 1957, about 4 or 5 organizations was attacking Kwame Nkrumah on the issue of government broadcasting from all the way of Guinea in exile. There was against the declaration. They tried to stop the recognition, like what you see Ogen Kere, Sonia Akwarawa, and all these individuals are doing today. The same way 4 groups start attacking the declaration of Ghana in 1957 is the same way you see IPOB, BGC, CRC, fake fallback bridge attacking USB redeclared in this 21st century that we redeclare it on November the 29th, 2024. On that note, another example is a country like Namibia. After a name or name of organization called SWAPO issued the Declaration of Namibia out of South Africa in 1960. The people of Namibia, 8 group emerged, start attacking the Southwest Africa People's Organization that issue a full and original declaration of Namibia in 1960 December. As they are doing that to attack the governments that issue the declaration, they are also trying to stop the recognition. But they could not be able to do because declaration of any nation already declared is a legal process. That's how you get what you lost. When they say lost and found. Lost and found. When you lost something and you have to go out to find it, you must put a job, not put out there that you lost something and you want to get it. Whenever you get whatever you lost, it sounds to become like a new one in your hand. That is why it's very, very imperative at this time that we are into that we may understand why we are here. That the movement we are into is like the same thing when people of Namibia formed 8 organization that was attacking the SWAPO that issued the full declaration of Namibia in 1960. Check the history. When Algeria issued their declaration, the same attack that we are facing today is what about 9 groups start attacking the government of GPRA that issued the declaration of Algeria. As they're attacking, they're also trying to prevent them from achieving recognition, but the world understand the legal part of a first come, first served declaration. That is why it's very, very imperative at this stage that we are into that you who believe in USB must know that USB cannot stand without having attack. If South Africa under Nelson Mandela have attack, we as well of Biafra, we will have our own attack. This attack and all these organizations make us to be strong. I now refer to the world to let the world know why Nigeria cannot work. That those they call the founding father Nnamdi Azikiwe, all of them from their time said that this is a contraction, that it's just an experiment of a white man by British through the governor Phil Lugard, who annexed Nigeria in 1914 without consulting anybody. And because of what? That triggers to the 1960 of the Biafran genocided or Holocaust war that we passed through. On that note, we are letting the world to know that why we are facing genocide today, why America designated Nigeria as a country concern is because of the same thing that leads to the emerging of Republic of Biafra in 1960 to 1967. We want the world to pay attention to follow this truth. To know you have been doing one thing from time immemorial, there will be no different thing that will come out from it. Everything you see today that is happening is because of what? The loss of this Christian country. We agree with the world that we have been on a wrong path for over all these years, but we started it right from the day Simon Ekpa Njoku joined this movement. From that day, the people of Biafra, we have started getting it right again by issue that the same declaration that you, America, issue in the time of British in your territory, 1776. We have issued that declaration that every other country in Africa, when even South Africa, under apartheid regime, when they go on and redeclare it again, under the Nelson Mandela NNC. We are letting the world to know that we, the people of Biafra, we have done what Belgium did in 19 when they were in exile as the first exile government in the world that lost their country. You can't look at it that, oh, it's not under colonial era. No, the fellow human beings are now colonizing his own fellow human being. The colonization that we are facing through today should not only be addressed in that old time. There is no way you can be using that the same method, or oh, it's not era of when British was conquering Nigeria. Today, Nigeria has become a colonial master in Biafra land. The decolonization and the disintegration of Nigeria is only what will end the Holocaust, and what will end the genocide, or will end the apartheid we are in Nigeria right now. And we, the people of all this town region that was declared in 1967 as Republic of Biafra, we have turn back and issue a redeclaration of the lost country with the present name, United States of Biafra, that over 97 Biafran sign that this is our name. The name is United States of Biafra. As we adopted it before we redeclare it in Helsinki, that's in Finland, we all agree with over our 50 million self-referendum vote, we casted and give the mandate to the government in exile that what we want is outright decentralization of Nigeria for us to live as a country on our own, so we can be able to protect ourselves. That is why the over 1,500 Biafrans gather in Helsinki, that's in Finland, November 29, and issue official redeclaration of this lost country back to on the track. And this is how every other countries who know what they want in the earlier stage between the 1960 down to 1994 of this or down to 2025, everybody issue a redeclare, or those who want a separate new one, their issue declaration. That is why in the world, you know that there is 75 original government in exile. Out of these 75 government in exile, you have a 20 that issue a redeclare. You have 20 that issue declaration. You have 15 that just issued their last of it. That is why we're calling on you now that we have come back to the right sense and to do the right thing. That is why we are asking the world to grant you SB declared official recognition, calling from Africa countries, because it's country that grants a follow country recognition. Not by congressmen, not by lobby. That is why USB is not championing congressmen. That is why USB is not championing lobby. That is why there is no white man who will come to tables and answer on behalf of us. We are doing it by ourselves. That is why we are country. That is why proving a capacity of a government. That is the reason why at this stage we are proving capacity of what a government. And we are calling the world to pay attention. If Donald Trump know why God will bring him back, God bring you back, one, to unite all the Christians in the world by forming a Christian organization like the way we have Islamic organization. God bring you back to restore all the Christian country that have been tortured, been subjected under abject inhuman treatment. God bring you back to restore Biafra as a country through USB declared, which will giving you the legal aspect of it, which is going to look like what they call external remedial section under the international law, a redeclaration of a lost country, and external secession is the same language. So we are calling on the world to grant the people of Biafra their official recognition so we can stop the genocide. Donald Trump, why you have to do this before you leave the office? This is the main reason God brings you on. It's a high time that you understand. So far, there is Islamic organization criteria. You must have a criteria of a Christian organization in the whole world. Nigeria fall into Islamic organization. We, the people of Biafra, we want to fall into a Christian organization outside the whole world. Donald Trump, if you refuse to do this job, God will bring you. God will question you. That is why we are calling on you to look beyond what you think. For you to also understand that the only way is after the mistake of 1970, precisely from the 1967 to 1970, when we are fighting war, from the day we stopped the war and handed over Nigeria to us, we had ourselves over to Nigeria. That was the time mistake. What could have done is to transition into an exile in any country in Africa, in any country in Europe. By doing so, like what every other country did in their own time. After, through the colonial master, when Namibia was fighting against South Africa, they transitioned to exile and issue official redeclaration of their lost country, or sorry, official declaration, and in exile. That is why we are calling the world that we, the people of Biafra, we have correct our mistake. And we ask the world, show me a man who has never made a mistake. We will show you a man who has never risen. We are human beings. We are born to make mistakes. We made a mistake by ending the war without transition in exile. And we realize our mistake through our Prime Minister Simon Epanjoko, who Finland colluded with a tourist country called Nigeria, keep in prison. He redeemed us back to who we are. And we understand what we are people of Biafra. And we have issued a redeclared, giving you the legal rights. Every country in Africa, the right to recognize us because we are the light of Africa. Closing this light and the curtain against this light is why Africa remain under artificial border of the British and Europe. Because Biafra, we broke artificial border. Everybody must have equal right, equal justice. We are calling the world. We are calling countries in Africa precisely. We are calling every country in Africa that charity begins at home. All of you could not close your eyes like you are not seeing the mass killing, the genocide that is going on, and who are those that are being paid, the method and the criteria to be a full member of Islamic organization country is what Nigeria is representing today. Because they said, you must kill the Christians, you must talk about their territory. That is the agenda of those in Nigeria today. They want to conquer us. They want to by force to be into Islam. Because the way they are using the method of their great master, called British, by force them to be in Nigeria. They want to by force us to accept Islam. And we said no. That his word is a freedom of worship. This one is by force until you kill them, put them in fear. Is the only way. And we say hell no to that. So we are also calling to all the Christian world to listen to the people of Biafra for us to maintain to life to be saved. That is only way out in all that's going on in Nigeria. Disintegration of this country. Disintegration of this company called Nigeria owned by British. We can no longer be there. We want the world to pay attention closely. The loss of the Christian country that the America and Israel refuse to support immediately is why you are seeing these killings today. It's just a history repeating. Karma is real in Nigeria today, showing to the world that when you people allow this Christian country to disappear in this surface, that is why people are being eyed every blessed day in, day out. We want the world to listen to reality and forget the corny politics. We want you to take the proper yardstick. Now that we have stand on the template of your international laws, freedom of associate is free. Freedom of having your own country under self-determination, that the last thing you will do is to form a country when you face what? Denial of position, abuse of human rights, intimidation, and the killings. These 4 criteria that made everyone to say, I don't want to be where I'm going to face a death sentence by only accepting that the name is Nigeria. Look at the teacher that was being beheaded from Yoruba land. Why? Because he has said that he's a Nigerian. That is why he was being beheaded. That is what we call a death sentence. Once you accepted that you were Nigeria. A passport that is not making headway again in the world. Every country is, when you present this passport, they will shake and shake. You that is taking that passport, you know why. The reason why you are checking Nigeria passport is the reason why we, the people of Biafra, said we don't want to be in this country that over 20 20 immigration will check their passport and check and check and check and ask question and question. We don't want to be there. That is not our way of life. We want a free and fair life. That is why all these things is articulated and by forcing of the Islam agenda. The method of the manners of Nigeria right now is how Turkey become Islamic country, is how Palestine become Islamic country, is how all these countries that was never be Islam country today, all of them are Islam because of what? The agenda to Islamize people. That is their agenda. They have a different ideology. We as the Christians have different ideology. There is no way water and oil will be mixed up together and stay one place. It's not possible. The oil must be on the top, while water will be on the ground. Will be under. We are calling the world to listen to us. We are calling the international community that what Canada say that PDP and APC is a terrorist group. Have they stopped? The answer is no. They are the one bringing those that are buying the indigenous people every day. Those that the agenda is Nigeria to be a safe haven. If you allow Nigeria to continue in the next 10 years, I am telling you this, that they will attack America. They will attack all Christian countries. And they are taking it gradually. Go to England football clubs today. They are the owners. They are the buyers. They are entering gradually. And the world and the English Christian countries are not using their head. You will cry hard, I know. So that reason, we want to send this last message to the world. That's why you are seeing the killings in Nigeria today is because of the loss of this Christian country. The mistake that we made in 1970 has been corrected has been created on November the 29th, 2024, through our peaceful redeclaration by Deputy Prime Minister Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. The same way Ojukwu issued declaration in 1967 and get recognition from 5 countries and lost it is why we have come back to redeclare, to prove to the world the continuity of the old into the new one. That's our message to the world. That is our intro for this program today. On that reason, we want to go to the comment section quickly before we move into the headline of the program today. Please, as I welcome you, I urge you to welcome one another. Yes. We have here Ogonaya Ogonna Anyashiri. She said, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, USB, hashtag Nigeria must go. Biafra is a sovereign state currently led by Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. That is the protocol and the rules, obey the law of this page. And the Amachigoze said, hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. He completed the mission here by saying hashtag Nigeria must go. Biafra is a nation. And also said from our DPM, IPOB, USB, land of the rising sun. That is who we are. The world can never bring the sun down. Now, we are Chibozede. He said, hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra Nation, USBG. Thank you so much. And here, he completed the mission by saying, Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. Honestly, Philip or Foji, my words in this place, if you are my page, please obey the rules. I have a rule that guides this page. The rule is what? What Amaji, what Chibozede, what Ogonaya did as the first person today. Yes, that is where I read so much. Yes, I see you. Oh, Ekwem Justin, I see you. Thank you so much. Hashtag, I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Thank you. I read that one. Then any other one is not being read because that is not the protocol. If you want me to read your comment, stand on existing protocol. So today's program, our headline is History of 5 Leaders in Africa that was arrested and remained in prison because no government in exile, no GIE, no declaration. That is why they remain in prison. So let us see those countries in Africa that remain in prison because of what? Because there is nothing like government in exile. There is nothing like declaration or redeclare. That is why they are in prison today. So for us, the follow Biafra, I want you to see why everybody must channel to USB declared as this time. If you are not channeling your strength to USB declared, that is why I'm telling you that you are digging your grave and you are doing yourself more harm than good. And for you to stop doing yourself more harm than good, the only way is to accept you as be declared. That is where we are, the government of your own. We are asking you to accept it. That is only way Mazen Nandekan will be able to come out from prison. That is the only way Mazen Nandekan will become out. And that is why, that is how Simon nobody will arrest them again. Stand and believe in it. You will see how these 5 leaders remain in prison because the people they left outside with them of organization refuse to, when they are being conquered, refuse to transition into exile and issue redeclaration of their lost country. Why that their leader was in prison and today their leaders was forgotten. Some of them died in the prison. IPOB organization must stop their madness. Mazen Nandekano prayed for what? Unnegotiable Republic of Biafra, not unnegotiable Republic of IPOB. One of our brothers said IPOB is a country. I laugh at him. When you cannot identify difference between an organization and a country, and when you are saying it, you are boldly saying it without thinking. You don't know the difference between this organization, this government in exile that issued declaration of a lost country, redeclaration of a lost country. You don't even know. All you need is IPOB. Who IPOB help? IPOB has wasted the life of Biafrans so much. Many Biafrans died because of IPOB organization. Check the history and look very well. Please put your comments in order. Obey the rules that guide the page. We want to learn how to let law pass from us, not we controlling the law. When you are doing it, you are proving that you are a full citizen of Biafra who understand that Biafra will be based under the law. So let us go and list to the names of these leaders that was arrested with a name of organization. And those that organization, as these leaders was arrested, they refused to transition into government in exile. They refused to issue redeclaration or declaration. And these happen in Africa. 5 of them. Let's listen. When something is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is it a lie? Let's listen to this.
When a self-determination movement relies entirely on a centralized local leadership without building an institutionalized digital infrastructure, an official gazette, or an external governing apparatus, the arrest of its leadership usually marks the absolute end of the movement.
Can someone hear the
transition
voice?
into a structured government in exile or continuous formal redeclarations to maintain international
Can anyone hear this
visibility.
voice, please?
These groups disintegrate within the prison system.
Is it coming out and clear? Please, I'm asking. I want to know.
Discourse.
Okay, Amadi, thank you
Here
so
are
much.
5 clear African examples from 1970 onward that failed precisely due to this operational structure collapse. 1. Baratsland, Zambia. Name of organization, Linyungandambo. The
Incarcerated leader, Afumba Mambatwa. The history and failure. In 2012, the Supreme Baratsi National Council resolved to separate from Zambia due to the structural collapse of the 1964 Baratsland Agreement. In 2013, Afumba Mambatwa took a public oath of office as the Administrator General of a transitional government. However, in December 2014, Mambatwa and his top cabinet members were captured by Zambian security forces. Why it extinct? Mambatwa was hit with a severe treason conviction and moved to an isolated maximum security facility. Because Linyungandambo had no external secondary command or external administrative network, it never transitioned into a functional government in exile. No subsequent redeclarations were maintained, and today the movement has heavily stalled and dropped out of international geopolitical reporting. 2. Caprivi Strip, Namibia, name of organization, Caprivi Liberation Army, CLA, the incarcerated leader, John Samboma, commander, the history and failure, Caprivi, a distinct geographical strip in northeastern Namibia, sought separation from Namibia in the late 1990s under the pretext of historical administrative autonomy. In August 1999, the CLA launched a surprise armed offensive on government installations in Katima Mulilo. The state counteroffensive was swift, resulting in mass arrests. Why it extinct? CLA commander John Samboma and his inner military circle were arrested and subjected to the longest and largest high treason trial in Namibian history, culminating in heavy prison sentences in 2015. The organization failed to set up an external governing council or create a peaceful administrative framework outside the territory. The movement permanently broke apart inside the prison system, and no one talks about Caprivi's sovereignty today. 3. Bioko Island, Equatorial Guinea, name of organization, Movement for the Self-Determination of Bioko Island, NABE, the incarcerated leader, Martin Kuya. The history and failure. MABE was formed to protect the indigenous Bubi people of Bioko Island from the political hegemony and violent oppression of the mainland-dominated regime of Teodoro Obiang. In January 1998, a series of localized skirmishes broke out on the island, which the regime used as a justification to completely sweep and dismantle the Bubi leadership. Why it extinct? Martin Kuya, the primary institutional voice of MABE, was arrested alongside hundreds of activists, severely tortured, and sentenced to prison, where he died shortly after in mid-1998. The remaining remnants failed to build an external government in exile or draft cohesive legal redeclarations to lock in international human rights protections.
Are you hearing it?
MABE was effectively neutralized, and its independence goals are entirely absent from current African Union or global conversations. 4. Anjouan, Comoros, name of organization, the separatist movement of Anjouan, Mouvement Populaire Anjouanais, MPA, the incarcerated leader, Mohamed Bakar. The history and failure. In 1997, the island of Anjouan declared absolute independence from the Federal Islamic Republic of the Comoros, citing central government neglect. For years, the island functioned detached from the capital, eventually falling under the severe military administration of Colonel Mohamed Bakar, who ran the island's separate civil registry and local forces. Why it extinct? In March 2008, the African Union backed a full-scale amphibious military invasion, Operation Democracy in Comoros, that overran the island. Bakar fled but was stripped of all power, arrested, and effectively held in restrictive exile, detention in Benin. The domestic administrative structure completely folded. Because the movement was built entirely on a local military strongman rather than an external legal framework, no government in exile was formed, no redeclaration was issued, and Anjouan's sovereign ambitions are completely dead. 5. Zanzibar, Tanzania, name of organization, UMSHO, the Association for Islamic Mobilization and Propagation, the incarcerated leader, Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed. The history and failure. While technically starting as a religious organization, UMSHO pivoted in the early 2010s into a massive, highly structured political movement advocating for a national referendum to dissolve the 1964 union between Zanzibar and Tanganyika, aiming to restore Zanzibar as a fully independent island state. Why it extinct? Terrified of a total state breakup, the Tanzanian central government executed a sweeping security operation in October 2012, arresting Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed and the entire core leadership of UMSHO. They were kept in maximum security mainland prisons for nearly a decade without trial, breaking the back of the organization. Because UMSHO failed to build any administrative infrastructure or government in exile outside of East Africa, the movement withered away. By the time the leaders were quietly released years later, their statehood machinery was completely gone, with zero active international discourse remaining. Structural analysis: why these 5 movements failed. Movement, region, strategic flaw, fatal event, current status. Linyang Dambo, Baratsland, no external command layer. 2014 capture of Administrator General. Stalled, faded out. CLA, Caprivi Strip, relied purely on localized guerrilla tactics. Decades-long high treason mass trials. Disintegrated completely. MABE, Bioko Island, lacked digital registry or diaspora state framework. Death of Martin Puya in state custody. Suppressed into extinction. MPA, Anjawan, centered on a physical military strongman. 2008 astronomical units invasion and leaders arrest. Reabsorbed into Comoros. UMSHO, Zanzibar, kept administrative operations entirely domestic. 2012 total leadership arrest sweep. Neutralized politically.
I hope you are listening. We want to tell the world or everybody claiming an IPOB organization that what they are doing is what they are trying to kill Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Look at these 5 organizations. They have their leader. Their leader was arrested, put behind the bars. They all refused to form government in exile. They all refused to issue declaration. And some of the leaders had it here, that some of the leaders was died in prison. Some was sentenced to, they charged them treason, felon for a very long years. Like what Nigeria is charging Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB choose to accept this kind of method. That is why they are putting leader and the old leader and the nonsense they are doing, because they never knew how to achieve Biafra as a country. They never knew at all. They never knew how to achieve Biafra as a country. Look at, tell me, is there anything different between what IPOB is doing and what these 5 groups, these 5 organizations that their leaders trying to exit out from another country in Africa, the one from let's call it Tanzania, they have one who trying to exit out from Tanzania. Tanzania government arrested the leader. They refused to transition. They refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue declaration. And the leader was sentenced to everlasting imprisonment. From one of them was from life imprisonment to sentence to by hanging. Two of them was past death sentence. Could you imagine? Because of they failed to transition, and someone will come and tell me our case is peculiar. You can't compare Biafra as another person because you are since over all these years after 1960, 1970, we are on this particular joint movement. No transitioning. They said a transition to government in exile and issue a declaration is a legal backup of the indigenous people. The declaration remains the legal backup of the people. With organization, there is no legal backup in MIPOB. Until our people learn that Biafra must be transfer everything under the international backup, which is what has happened. What is this? That is US being declared. That is US being declared is the one that have a legal backup. IPOB have no legal backup on international law. It's only self-determination, which everyone can claim. It's a general tense in the world. Look at these 5 leaders. They are no longer, till today, they never come out from prison. They remain in prison. Correct from the years they was arrested till now. One of them has 2 just died in the prison. And he has organization. He has people he left outside. They could not reason. They could not check. Their method is the method of IPOB. Anybody who is taking usually declared, I want to know, that is the enemy of Biafran people. They are those that never want Biafra to be a country. I will play it again. Listen, before going to our analysis. Is there anything different between what we are hearing now and what IPOB is doing?
The self-determination movement relies entirely on a centralized local leadership without building an institutionalized digital infrastructure, an official gazette, or an external governing apparatus. The arrest of its leadership usually marks the absolute end of the movement. Without a transition into a structured government in exile or continuous formal redeclarations to maintain international legal visibility, these groups disintegrate within the prison system and completely fade from contemporary global discourse. Here are 5 clear African examples from 1970 onward that failed precisely due to this operational structure collapse.
Are you hearing it?
1. Baratsland, Zambia, name of organization, Linyong Ndambo. The incarcerated leader, Afumba Mambatwa. The history and failure. In 2012, the Supreme Baratsi National Council resolved to separate from Zambia due to the structural collapse of the 1964 Baratsland Agreement. In 2013, Afumba Mambatwa took a public oath of office as the Administrator General of a transitional government. However, in December 2014, Mambatwa and his top cabinet members were captured by Zambian security forces. Why it extinct? Mambatwa was hit with a severe treason conviction and moved to an isolated maximum security facility. Because Linyong Ndambo had no external secondary command or external administrative network, it never transitioned into a functional government in exile. No subsequent redeclarations were maintained, and today the movement has heavily stalled and dropped out of international geopolitical reporting. 2. Caprivi Strip, Namibia, name of organization, Caprivi Liberation Army, CLA, the incarcerated leader, John Samboma, commander, the history and failure, Caprivi, a distinct geographical strip in northeastern Namibia, sought separation from Namibia in the late 1990s under the pretext of historical administrative autonomy. In August 1999, the CLA launched a surprise armed offensive on government installations in Katima Mulilo. The state counteroffensive was swift, resulting in mass arrests. Why it extinct? CLA commander John Samboma and his inner military circle were arrested and subjected to the longest and largest high treason trial in Namibian history, culminating in heavy prison sentences in 2015. The organization failed to set up an external governing council or create a peaceful administrative framework outside the territory. The movement permanently broke apart inside the prison system, and no one talks about Caprivi sovereignty today. 3. Bioko Island, Equatorial Guinea, name of organization, Movement for the Self-Determination of Bioko Island, MABE, the incarcerated leader, Martin Kuya. The history and failure. MABE was formed to protect the indigenous Bubi people of Bioko Island from the political hegemony and violent oppression of the mainland-dominated regime of Teodoro Obiang. In January 1998, a series of localized skirmishes broke out on the island, which the regime used as a justification to completely sweep and dismantle the Bubi leadership. Why it extinct? Martin Kuya, the primary institutional voice of MABE, was arrested alongside hundreds of activists, severely tortured, and sentenced to prison, where he died shortly after in mid-1998. The remaining remnants failed to build an external government in exile or draft cohesive legal redeclarations to lock in international human rights protections. MABE was effectively neutralized, and its independence goals are entirely absent from current African Union or global conversations. 4. Anjouan, Comoros, name of organization, the separatist movement of Anjouan, Mouvement Populaire Anjouanais, MPA, the incarcerated leader, Mohamed Bakar. The history and failure. In 1997, the island of Anjouan declared absolute independence from the Federal Islamic Republic of the Comoros, citing central government neglect. For years, the island functioned detached from the capital, eventually falling under the severe military administration of Colonel Mohamed Bakar, who ran the island's separate civil registry and local forces. Why it extinct? In March 2008, the African Union backed a full-scale amphibious military invasion, Operation Democracy in Comoros, that overran the island. Bakar fled but was stripped of all power, arrested, and effectively held in restrictive exile, detention in Benin. The domestic administrative structure completely folded. Because the movement was built entirely on a local military strongman rather than an external legal framework, no government in exile was formed, no redeclaration was issued, and Anjuan's sovereign ambitions are completely dead. 5. Zanzibar, Tanzania, name of organization, UMSHO, the Association for Islamic Mobilization and Propagation, the incarcerated leader, Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed. The history and failure. While technically starting as a religious organization, UMSHO pivoted in the early 2010s into a massive, highly structured political movement advocating for a national referendum to dissolve the 1964 union between Zanzibar and Tanganyika, aiming to restore Zanzibar as a fully independent island state. Why it extinct? Terrified of a total state breakup, the Tanzanian central government executed a sweeping security operation in October 2012, arresting Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed and the entire core leadership of UMSHO. They were kept in maximum security mainland prisons for nearly a decade without trial, breaking the back of the organization. Because UMSHO failed to build any administrative infrastructure or government in exile outside of East Africa, the movement withered away. By the time the leaders were quietly released years later, their statehood machinery was completely gone, with zero active international discourse remaining. Structural analysis. Why these 5 movements failed. Movement, region, strategic flaw, fatal event, current status. Linyang Dambo, Baratsland, no external command layer. 2014 capture of Administrator General. Stalled, faded out. CLA, Caprivi Strip, relied purely on localized guerrilla tactics. Decades-long high treason mass trials. Disintegrated completely. Mabe, Bio.
Please, 1 minute, I will be back with that. There's interruption, so we need to refresh. Please, I will only ask you to hit the emoji love because of what I am seeing right now. So please, because when we are doing, we'll also be checking if there is anything. So please, when you like and share and also touch this particular emoji love, you are making them to know that people are watching, because sometimes YouTube might be funny. Seriously. Sometimes YouTube might be funny. So I urge you to hit the like button so others may know that we are live, or touch the emoji love, please, in order to do that. So as we are moving, we are not stopping. No matter how the attack comes, we will be here to do something. And we want to pass this message. So for those who are still undermining US, will declare to know that you are doing yourself more harm than good. You are not doing USB, you are doing yourself. You are the one doing it to yourself. Now, after you have listened to this message of leader who form organization and he was arrested. After he was arrested, his people refused to do anything. Doing something is not doing protest. There is a word, or there is a language of the international global community. They have their language. Their language is transition into a government in exile and issue a declaration. If the country you are fighting for is a new brown one that you want to achieve, once the leader is being prehended or arrested, that the nearest thing to do that suit the world is what? That the group or that organization, that they must transition themselves into forming one. They will transition into exile. Exile is leaving that territory that that you want to take as a country. You need to run, because he who runs lives to fight for tomorrow. He who fights and runs lives to fight for tomorrow, then you have to run to another country and seek refuge in that particular country. Then from there, the next thing is for you to form a government. Make it openly that we are registering or we have formed a government in exile, like Simon Eba Njoku, when IPOB is on the street making noise, disturbing the atmosphere, because the IPOB thought that Biafra is just a business. When you take it, oh, it's our generation to generation. I asked somebody a question, someone said that the Biafra we're talking about is not going to come in our own time. It might be from the unborn generation of her lineage that we see Biafra. He said, what? After from 1967 to 2026, is it that kind of people that's how we come, play their program? Hey, they have a place of Simon Eba. And what happened when Simon was here is happening again. You cannot decode it by yourself. Why are you applauding Simon? Because Simon continued to transfer or to reform the message, the movement to become a proper and to suit the criteria of the other countries that have achieved their own. Okay, let us leave international law standard. Now, the criteria of how Namibia, how Algeria, how Eritrea, how Ethiopia, how Angola, how Nelson Mandela did it, how all of them in the past achieved their country. This is what Simon did, and you thank him for doing that. Today, you are saying, oh, the Simon Eba is genuine. And you are opening your stinking, dirty, gullible mouth to tell us that Simon Eba is genuine. And you see the same method, the same thing that has happened when Simon was here with us has happened again, that he got arrested. And he said, Ngozi Orebeze, you are the surrogate. Please protect the mandate. And what's the mandate? The mandate is the redeclaration of United States of Biafra. Is the mandate. Mandate is no Brigi. Mandate is no Biafra government in exile. No, the mandate is the redeclaration that we bring the legal documents that will make us to stop making noise in social media. Is the mandate. And she protected the mandate. And the movement takes shape in a different form. So where we have the backup of all the international criteria and their laws and all their charters. And as we transition into that, you are here today. Coming against the US declared, coming against Ngozi Orebeze, calling her name. And you said, you are representing Simon. I am for Simon. You are for devil and you are devilish mind. You are a saboteur, you are a betrayer. But anything, I am looking forward to identify all of you. That is why anybody who's come out and said, I apologize to Simon, but he's genuine, and he's against USB, he never apologized. He's not genuine. You cannot love Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And you come back from IPOB said, oh, Simon was doing it right. Now, and Ngozi Orebeze is here doing the same thing that Simon planned to do before they take him away. Simon was the one who officially make it openly or register the government in exile or form what Mazen Kanu said. A time will come when our people will give us mandate to form government in exile. And the time comes to form the government in exile. And Simon did it. Then when you form government in exile, what was the next thing? The next thing is to issue, if it is a new country, that is the time Ojukwu declare it, Ojukwu declare what? Republic of Biafra. And once you have a government in exile under the law of the exile movement of those who cannot be able to control their territory, that lost control of their physical territory of the area they are fighting for, that the next thing to government in exile, the government in exile metamorphose sword declaration already declared. If it is a new one, you issue official declaration. If it is old one, you issue a redeclaration of this old lost country. This is how the world put it. That is why our case is peculiar, because we refuse to understand and head towards this from the 1970. From 1970 to 2026, how many years? If you're not Simon Heber, who you are now apologizing that he's genuine. His genuineness that you never see that time is what bring USB declared. Because he's also the one who's there to announce the result after over 80-something Biafrans adopted that the name we will answer before our redeclaration is what? United States of what? Biafra. All these Kalewas, all these criminals, Shomo Okoma, Bryce Nokoma, Imam Maduabu, Ogenkere, Sonia Kurawa, Ugo 419 in Spain, and all of them today, they all voted that the name should be United of Biafra, is what we are going to redeclare December 2nd. But based on the situation around us, that triggers that Chukwu Okabiyama want to prove that what Simon said, that Biafra will declare on December 2nd, like he said, and he know when Biafra will come. Chukwu Okabiyama want to tell Simon, no, you propose, I dispose. This country is my country. I am the one who will choose the date. That December 29 was chosen by Chukwu Okabiyama. Because when man proposes, God disposes. When man disposes, God proposes. Is it not true? And you cannot articulate and connect the dots in the center to understand, to keep in line, to understand that this is what Chukwu Okabiyama planned for his people. That the word of God is different from the word of human being. That the way God counts is not the way we count. They said in the Bible, 1,000 years is like one day in the eyes of Lord. One day is like 1,000 years in the eyes of Chukwu Okabiyama. That God who put water inside what? You know what I'm talking about? If you are flowing, I want you to complete the word for me. The God that put water inside cocoa water. I want to know who is following fastly, who is in the same spirit with me. That Chukwu Okabiyama is the only one who put water inside what? That is that when whatever you plug it from up, it comes down with water. Coconut. Yes. Amadi, thank you so much. So that Chukwu Okabiyama who put water inside the coconut you always plug and eat. That is one who said, oh, this Biafra is coconut. You will see this coconut, but you don't know the date that the water inside the coconut. That none of you should know that date. And he mesmerized our DPM with all the spirit of the hero and heroines of Biafrans. Chukwu Okabiyama's spirit captured her. And what happened? To issue a redeclaration on 29, the day Chukwu Okabiyama, because the country we are fighting for is a country of Chukwu Okabiyama himself. And it was redeclared November the 29th, 2024. Not that day that man proposed. Okay, John, okay, one. Honorable, good evening from here. Thank you so much. Thank you. See, Chukwu Okabiyama choose 29. Not by any mere mortal, not anybody else. Even Mazan can never know when Biafra will come. Obatobie thought it will be December 2nd. Let me tell you, on that December 2nd, Chukwuka Abiyama has seen the evil, has seen the blood that are going to be shed in Finland, that will destroy that this country, this Chukwuka Abiyama country will never come. This Christian country will never come. That is what Chukwuka Abiyama do what? Put it on what? On the 29th November. Because he knew that the enemies that have gathered, that the government has put their agents in Finland and well arranged through Ogenkere, Imamadu Abu, Bryce Nokoma, Shomo Koma, and the slave vagabond who is a Bini man who claimed Biafran. By birth, he's a Bini man, not a Biafran. And who think that only way, you can make money is with Biafran name. Chukwuka Abiyama mesmerized all of them and said, this is my country. I am the one who choose the date. And the date will shock all of you. That is why the date was being chosen on that day that is entered into the heart of our DPM. It was really clear 29. Man proposed. Obatobie proposed. God disposed. All of us proposed, hoping December 5th, December 2nd, that the whole will be declared. And Chukwuka said, no, it's not your country. It's not your doing. It's my doing. I am going to do it as a miracle. 29th, it happens. And you are here, cheaply, stupidly, and claim what you are not. But let me tell you what you are claiming. Biafra has constitution. I have played to you how Ghana punished those that was against the 1957 declaration. I have also proved to you how Namibia punished those that was against the 1960. I have also proved to you how Algeria was against all those that were against the declaration. We will deal with all of you. The time will come. It's like play. Continue playing. You are digging your grave by yourself. You are doing what? Digging your grave by yourself. The same way those Ifan in Finland will smell rot in Biafra land. Ifan, you will never come back in Biafra land. Continue your sabotage. Hey, Obatobie, Simon was right too. He's fighting for Biafra when he was here. When they take anyone away, he becomes the innocent. But when the person with us here doing the right thing, he becomes a bad person. In Biafra, and like I always said, in my own eyes, Biafra will come. I will be this strong I am and see Biafra. Take it or you leave it. Because I knew it's coming. I knew that recognition is coming very soon. In Biafra land, we will set up a panel. We'll be interviewing everybody who wants anything from the government or anybody who wants ID card in Biafra land. We will interview you. We will trigger you. We know how to do it. We know how to, we will play a devil advocate to you, then you answer. So we can be able to put you behind the bars. You will smell rot. Do you know that Ghana opened a court of no mercy, court of no appeal in Ghana? The protest are in Biafra land is against all the saboteurs. There is no forgiveness because that is our mistake. Second chance. No. Continue digging your grave. Biafra constitution. We judge all of you. Do you think that this national law will come and bring law to use to judge in Biafra? No, we are going to implement the law. The law is real. That Biafran law is karma for all of you. The Biafran law is what? The karma in front of all of you. Continue your IPOB madness. Continue. No organization. All we have is IPOB. Indigenous people of United States of Biafra. When they write it full in comment section, IPOB, Indigenous people of the United States of Biafra. That is what we have. No more organization. Organization has no legal backup. But government in exile have a legal backup, both local and internationally. You will cry. I want to ask you, where is the lineage of Ifajuna in Biafra land? You today are the lineage of Ifajuna by fighting against USB. Where is the lineage of Nnamdi Azikiwe? You today are repeating the history of Nnamdi Azikiwe by turning against USB, the same way Nnamdi Azikiwe turned against the Republic of Biafra and start piloting one Nigeria affair. We go into the program because let's look at the program we are doing today. Remember the program. That's what we are doing is what we are. Let me tell you one thing. You may disregard my page. You may come here, write comments, you disappear, and you go where you listen to the story of Adadi Orama. Listen to, Nigeria design what many of us is doing. Nigeria is doing a damage control to Biafrans, some of us. How? Nigeria is creating news that you analyze to the social media, take 5 hours, sit down, talk about Daddy Orama. When Daddy Orama is cooling off, they bring you Nekachimezie. When Nekachimezie is cooling off, they bring you DOS first one. And when the DOS first one is cooling off, they create a new one, give to you. You will allow them to leave. You are not in spirit. If that spirit that leads the declaration on 29 is inside you, you will understand what I'm saying right now. Those that we analyzing are too local to put in the screen for watch them and listen to what they are saying. What they are saying is what they think, how they feel, and what they think they knew. But when it comes to the Biafra to achieve recognition, it's not on what I think, it's not on what I know, it's not watching, analyzing anybody. We now need to pilot the movement to the level of the international by repeating, telling them this happened, this did not happen, this is how you got to your own, this is where we are, this is how this, and all of them. I want you to help me and do one thing on comment section fully. I want you to write IPOB, Indigenous People of United States of Biafra, please, in any platform you go. The meaning of IPOB, Indigenous People of United States of Biafra. You see how our DPM is trying, when they're trying to cool off, he will knock them one message. He will post one everywhere. When our DPM is giving the mega battle, be said, do you understand? Do you understand it? Yes, going back to our full program. Now I pause, we analyze it, or I will allow you to play fully again for those who just join us. History is repeating. But the question is, what kind of history is repeating on your side? Is it the good one or the bad one? When you look at today's headline program, these are history. I just pick only 5 in Africa. History of 5 leaders in Africa that was arrested and put in prison. And his people could not be able to form government in exile, that is GIE, government in exile. They refused to issue declaration. The leader remains in prison. Some of them died in prison. And the movement dies. The intention of someone who is removing the leader of any organization or fighting for a country is to kill off the movement. Nigeria government thought, and it could have been true if Oba Tobe did not emerge from the COVID-19. If Oba Tobe did not come out from the COVID-19, if it happens that Oba Tobe never comes out, Biafra movement could have died already, because Nigeria and the Southeast governors and the Uchecho Kano and Ifeanyi Ejiofor has already rounded up how they will kidnap Kano 2021, by Ifeanyi Ejiofor, by Asodokwa and all of them. They have run it up. Why did they do that? They said, they said, they look at these organizations that their leader was arrested. When those of their leader was arrested, what happened? Those leaders that was arrested, the movement dies. That is why these 5 group and their leader that was arrested, when the leader was arrested, the movement buried on ground. You know that Chike Doziem or Chinasa Nworu said that if Nigerian government they have the power to buy Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they could have buy Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Highest 3 months, we forget about it. Biafran could have moved on. That is how they want to kill the movement. But Chukwu Okabiama said, no, this your proposal. I am going to dispose this your proposal through bringing Simon Ekpa, who will take up the movement at another level. Because without Simon Ekpa, all we are doing is down. I name without Simon Ekpa, I the can wage no need meet. Wage no need more than I got one yoke. Ime ọ na-eme nwa eju na enyi ọdịkasị na ọka-agbanyụ ọkụ ma nwa eju na n'ime ọkụ n'ime ite na-agbọ ọchị na ya ọdịka ọka-agbanyụ ọkụ. That was what IPOB was doing, a protest. Because honestly, when I was in the homeland, going to all the protests, my mind was that we will be on this protest one day. The world will said, you have protested too long, but you take Biafra as a country. I never knew that I'm just making madness of myself, that I'm just making noise. And because of that, I could stop protesting until finally I stopped protests. 2022 is when I ended the protest. 2023, after they have buyed Double Lion in Ehiala, I find my way out. I run. And they suddenly handed over the ESN to Sonudo. Do you know that in also one day, in a camp, over 500 Eastern Swedish network was massacred by order of who? Benjamin Madubu, by order of Chinasa Nworu. When this Nigerian government with Asdok entered the camp, the guys want to open fire. Benjamin said, do not open, that they are here for dialogue. Nigerian opened their Igwe, their machine on our men, and they level all of them. Those that did not level. That was when Asdok said that, do you know how many men of ESL they littered on the bush and the street of Oso? Do you know it from Asdok? Because I am deep inside. It's not that I don't want to talk. Because now US has given me morale, that will give me what I was looking. That's why I don't talk about those things. When they entered, Chinasa Nworu called on phone, pass it to Benjamin, who they come with, and said, do not open fire. You are asking men not to open fire. Why those enter the camp open fire on them? After opening fire, over 1,000 was packed, put in prison till today. They never return. In also, I'm telling you, in also alone, that is our area. I left, I saw protests, I stopped everything and ran for my life. From 2023, I walked out. When Soludo take over the seat and he handed it over, and he said, if you don't want to join that man's squad, all of you will be wiped away. And who gave the order? By Benjamin Madubu, through Chinasa Nworu, as the commander of ESN. He commanded men not to fire on Nigeria army. Nigeria army, he commanded Nigeria Joint Task Force with heavy ammunition that nobody should fire. They fire on the ESN men. They went down. Over 500 was gone. With my friend, with my brothers, with my fellow men. Things has happened though. Things has happened. It was Ruke time, 1999. We are there on ground. joining protests. From school, I joined the protest. In Oji River, people will give order. The level men, throw them. The same Chukwu Alpha, Obona Chimu no Munso, Nemeko escape naga. The day they killed Ejima live, they bring Ejima live from order of Chinasa Nworu, that Ejima took phone to ESN to hear the voice of man Simon Ekpanjok in the camp. In Okigwe. Ejima was buried alive by order of Chinasa Nworu and Benjamin Madubu. The thing leak, I don't know who got the information, that he's sending phone. He entered the camp, he give order to bury him alive. They buried Ejima alive. Chinasa Nworu has committed crime, atrocities. I lost my brother. When they come for me that I must join Dead Man's Sport of Soludo, and I said no, that I would never. They came heavy on me. They were searching how to eliminate my life. They met my younger brother. They buried him. As I'm talking to you, they buried him in 2023. He's still on the mortuary today. Even as I'm talking to you right now, his corpse is missing. Things has happened. If you see me standing in this way, now I have known my right. That USB is only why I will go back to Biafra land. Without USB, I've already been mapped out to one of them they will eliminate. But Afamo Boshimo no Munso. Afamo Bundu BC. So here's an Afaga. Shimwene Shebem. And if you don't know, you will think nothing is happening. But you know my happiness this time around is that they don't know what USB is bringing. If they knew what this government is bringing, if you're on the research, as of so far today, I have confirmed on a red line under the archive of USB that over 125 countries has received US documents about waiting for allies to grant recognition. And let me tell you, recognition is not just coming like that. There must be a job you will put on ground. There are things you will do before it will come. Those who want to give you, they are like your master who teach you something in a class. They want to watch you write those exams and pass. One of them is how we manage our internal affairs. If you are DPM, we leave focus. The government will leave focus and focus on internal affairs. They will say you are not ready. They also want to see how you are moving. They are observing us. Their eyes is on USB. Is how USB put their how USB present themselves. How organized USB is how USB will achieve recognition. Recognition is not coming because of any of us. No. It is coming because of it is a legal right. Recognition is not coming by pity. Let me tell you this. Organizing USB as a country is not coming by how many men are going to kill in our territory. No, it's not coming like that. That is pity. It's not coming by that. It comes with every standard on the international law, which USB has met all these international standards. And also, USB has proved that what we believe in is what? That we believe on a peaceful movement. You can't claim peaceful and claim violence at the same time. A man can no, you even at all costs, minus self-determination, we must remain calm to prove that we are a peaceful country. What we declare this word? That day, do we fight? Is there any gun in the Biafra, hearing any gunshot in the Biafra land? In fact, do you hear any gunshots? The answer is no. That is why I want you to understand. For those, what we want is what guy will tell you. You know how abroad, we got 5 hours, 3, 4, 5 days, 7 days in the bush when you are alive, lying on the ground. Can you peace and drink it? You go, No, no, there is no way. Can you crawl on the ground for 1 hour? Let's not go too much far, because things has happened in our own eyes. Today you see me talking because of I said that that's a time people are Ghana. It's a time to present the reality. And I'm on the side to every exposition or to expose IPOB and all these groups through a document of where it has happened before and what was the end of it. That's what I'm doing, because we are on the end point. The end point of having USB as a country. Let's move. Listen to it again. This is organizations. That's a leader formed this organization before he was arrested. And his cabinet members could not be able to move forward. Do you know that when your leader is being arrested, that the first movement is what? Forming government. One is to run, to prove that he who fight and run, live to fight for tomorrow. You guys to run into another country to save your life. When you run into that country, they call it what? Transition into another country. Once you transition, even only you will start connecting people, you will start connecting them, they will start coming to join you. From there, if you form official, make it openly that we are as a government of so country, of this organization. Then why we form this organization is that because of we want to issue a redeclaration after we have lost our country, or a declaration of this new one that the leader was in prison. If you are not doing that, you are making noise. You are nobody will talk about you. And look at these leaders, that their people never transition. A place of when I was in general of all the research, they said there was protection at a time. Everybody entered their house. When you come out to protest, the government of Zambia will grab you inside prison. They will knock you 20 years, 40 years. When you come, that is how until they suppress the people down. It's not what Nigeria is doing. Nigeria wants to use arrest to intimidate us. It has happened to so many organizations, and they fell into it. They all fell woefully. And today, the leaders was in prison. Nobody talk about them. You would think that the world we could talk about Mazen and the Kano without using it. If Biafra has never been declared, by now, the world will remain silent. Nothing will do. You cannot rant and shout. And when it's your turn, they will arrest you. When it's your turn to arrest you.
When a self-determination movement relies entirely on a centralized local leadership without building an institutionalized digital infrastructure, an official gazette, or an external governing apparatus, the arrest of its leadership usually marks the absolute end of the movement.
Do you hear it clearly? When a self-determination movement relies entirely on the centralized local leadership without building institutional infrastructure as an official granted or an external government apparatus, the arrest of its leader usually marks the absolutely end of the movement. Don't you know that if Obatobia Simon Ekpa Wanjoko did not come, that the end of IPOB could be in the side of self-determination? We supposed to be that's June that Maz Nanka was kidnapped. Now, for me to prove it to you, there is a broadcast of Chinas and World where he said that Nigerian could have buy Maz and Kano within 3 months, everything will end. It's not the end of it. It's not how it marks the end of it. This is how it marks what? The end of it. But Chukwu Okabian, like I told you, said no. That this has been ordained by me. That Biafra will be a country. And nobody will stop it. that this country is coming from all the way from the rising sun that I, Chukwuka Abiyama, created. And put them in this time of the rising sun. And how we never allow darkness to befall them. But we are going to suffer like the Israelites, where a journey of 40 days becomes a journey of 40 years. You know, true? Everything is happening within our movement. Every history is coming inside. That is why I said we are going to break every history and set a new record. That is only where our case is peculiar. That's only where our case is so different. Because everything will happen. Absolutely why they want to arrest a leader of a movement is to end the movement. Nigerian has studied that there is nobody. They first capture all the members of DOS before arresting Mazi Nnamdi, before kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You know that the day they brought Mazi Kanu to Nigeria, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's wife was there, Ifeanyi Ejiofor was there. They all knew they are bringing him back. They have arrested him. They all knew that. Even Chinasa Nwodo from Kuwait was there. He knew. Because Chinasa Nwodo being sponsored to Kuwait by Nigerian government under Islamic scholarship. I want to understand for you that shouting IPOB without thinking, without reasoning. You know, an IPOB, not an IPOB organization. The name IPOB, honestly, if Biafra come, we are going to lead a protest, that name must be banished. Because my brother there in that name, a lot of Biafrans, I said, those that was arrested in Mpo massacre, they never come back from prison till today. Some has died in the prison and been thrown out. If you know what, when they say what is bigger than you, if you know what we know, because we're on the ground from day one, from Masob to IPOB. So if you never knew why Nigeria arrested Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I want you to know that they arrested him to end the movement. And Obata Obie was also arrested to end the declaration. But they never know that Chukwuka has put a mother behind Obata Obie. And the spirit of Biafra and the spirit of Chukwuka Abiyama direct Obata Obie that the only person who will protect the mandate is Ngozi Arabeze. And she's presenting the mandate with all the cabinet members, and you're against them. And what happened? And you is against them. I sincerely want to tell you to desist from your madness. Because you never want Biafra to be a country. You want Biafra to fail like the way all these 5 countries here failed. But if I greet you, thank you so much. I greet you. Flora Kubila, I see you. Thank you so much. Honestly, we have suffered. I was being called by PA Soludo that they have given order for me to join that man's squad. Do you know my name? Hitler. Adolfus Hitler. Anybody who needs to be arrested, I will arrest you no matter who you are. I'm not making out. When we are on the ground, you know when the Zoom office, his PA call, that is what triggers me to exit from Nigeria immediately. I break the SIM card in OP worker. I came out to OP worker, break the SIM card. Look at this, you go 247 today. I was on ground giving them information. Look at Sonaya Akwarawa. I was, when you hear, oh, the government is coming to some place today, then nobody can do anything again because now I have a country. In country, I have a document. There's nothing you can do. So they're going to hide in it. These people, these criminals you are following today, my number ring, but I beat them hands down because I was using my late father's SIM card. That is the number I was using. That is why I can escape. And I know how I was doing it. Have you disguised yourself as a madman for 1 month to sleep inside bush, inside my cage, for your life to be kept for you? Have you been out of your family for 2 weeks? Nobody knows where you are for you to be alive. And when we are talking here, you come out, come and write garbage. So when I look at some of your life alive, I said, I will just begin to laugh. I said, look at them. Do you know what we have passed through? We have been there. Is there go ndogi hide you onwe gị ka mọ mgbọgara ikwu gị n'isi irigoro ogo n'elu n'olu na-apịa na gọọmenti na-apịa igwe n'ala kpachikwe magana ịgọ mkpara akwụkwọ n'ime ọfịa ị ga-emenwu ya ime ihe afụgoro. Can you disguise yourself for 3 months ị na-anaghị n'ime ahịa asa onye ara? Can you do that? The day I received that call that they give me 24 hours to come and join, to come and lead that mass pod, is the day I went up work and break the SIM card. Also destroy the phone. I left Nigeria without holding phone in my hand. That is why I lost because I lost my minute. I lost my WAEC document. I lost it. Because it's being burned to ashes. Do you know what we passed through today? I am alive because of my name. Shinonso, Shimu Nomunso. There's nothing you can do. You can't do nothing because Mina Shimu Denama. And the only way is to remain on a right track. To remain on a right track, to say the truth at all times. Never you be among those who intimidate any human being. Never you share a blood of innocent one. But on the side of self-defense, you must defend yourself. We have come to join you in the government. I have come to, in fact, I am a proud United States of Biafra. I am a proud one because I know that after all my research, I said, oh, so all this my efforts is not going to be in vain. I call you go 247, come and debunk that when I was on the ground, that I was not the one giving information as a surveillance man. You know the bastard called the other brother, Simon Siobo, when he always come out and tell you that the government is coming now. We asked them, they have my number when I was on ground. They have the same number of my late father that I was using. I never really started anything about my name in Nigeria government except bank. And there's no contract because of bank. And when was going to, I stopped going to bank for me to save my life. And after I have passed all this, and now I see how I am, that the country I hope I am fighting, when I was doing protests alone, that's how we get the protests. I never knew that it's not this way. Now I see that this is why our name, but this is why I will have a country. And you want me to leave it. And now Bastaga with you. I will come and analyze you. May Chuko carry and destroy all of you who are against you is declared. Omadi no maneke, Omadi nori, Omadi na formadi na mpo. It also na ihandi ba na o izuka mmadụ in 7 days plus 7 days 14. It shall never go well with any of you. Kama we catch all of you. The Biafran constitution must be implemented holistically in all of you. In Aza Bryce no come, in Aza Shioma come, in abroad today, you go 247, you got Igbe. Nafa Biafra, Piagwele Igbe, Pia 4 years, Pia 5 years. No, any me defend the end of the daylight, no, into today. You go 247, come and debunk that I am not the one calling you, passing information to you. Come and debunk. No, boss no conquo. You no kawana matashi amaka jere. You will link up to Mwego Batobia. This is one of our gallant men. Was okay because of what we have passed through Batobia. Strozie because of what we have passed through. Now I need voice. Watashi amaka jere forgive or West forgive. Let the media call him. Chiamaka Jere was coming back from work where he was working in the house in Italy. I called him Chiamaka Jere. I want Chiamaka Jere say, Nabogo Mazugo, boss no compo, bo Gaddafi. Na help in Igeme, but can't about right now. Please, you open your YouTube, said that you are sorry to Obatobi, to all the social media, to all the viewer, to Obatobi media. Then from there, they will start program. Next time you go 247, it's not time I do a program. That time I come in and apologize. This is how this Boville, this is how this idiot who left Obatobi went to do. This is how this idiot to come back. And from Chiamaka Jere, I now learn that there is no second chance in this movement. Once a betrayer is a betrayer. That is Duman. That is how she come back. That is how he came back. Let them come and debunk it. Without a transition into a structural government in exile or continuation of formal redeclaration, he had it here. With what? With the continuation of formal redeclaration of that their lost country. They need to redeclare it back to maintain international legal visibility. Once you redeclare a lost country back, you have done what? You have maintained an international legal visibility. That's why I told you that Biafra we are talking is beyond many of us. That the Biafra has moved from the local to the international. That whatever we should focus now is on international to understand, we understand the criteria. This group designated within their prisons system and completely failed from comprehensive global discussion as they did not issue declaration, as they did not issue the declaration, as they did not do anything, even government in exile. So they all fell woefully. Now, here are 5 clear Africa examples. From 1970, we lost the war. On their failed due to there is no opportunity of a structure because of the structure collapse after the leader was arrested. That is how IPOB collapsed the Biafra movement. Thank God that we have Simon Ebanjoko. Thank God we have Dr. Ngozi Arabeze. Thank God we have you who stand on the US declared. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Odegwenugu, to be a founding father, to be a grandfather. That sign that what we want is Biafra as a country. Thank you, Odegwenugu. All of it went to Finland. That still remain today. Under this mandate, may Elohim protect, bless you with life, good health, for you to see Biafra recognition. So you can come back and we will worship and honor all of you who made us to have a surname. Because no when, and when surname. And you can never change the surname. The surname is what? United State of what? Biafra. Number one of these failed organization was the one from where? From Zambia. Listen.
The transition into a structured government in exile are continuous formal redeclarations to maintain international legal visibility. These groups disintegrate within the prison system and completely fade from contemporary global discourse.
They fell from contemporary global discourse because of what? They refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue declaration. They refused to issue declaration. You see how it happened. Today, nobody's talking about them under the international discussion to the global world. Nobody's talking about these 5 organizations that's supposed to be a country today from Africa. Now, listen to their names.
Course. Here are 5 clear African examples from 1970 onward that failed precisely due to this operational structure collapse.
Do you understand it? From the 1997, 1970, when we lost our own, we could have been here. If we not for USB declared, that is where there is one I researched. We are also here. We also said, if you not accept from November the 20th, 2024, I will play you that one. Before that, we have been among these. I'm going to play you the other side, where Biafra was among those that the leader was arrested, that the organization IPOB refused to transition or issue declaration that is a failed movement. And they said, after 29th of November, that is where we come back on the track. And that is why they said, excluded Biafra, USB, the state of Biafra and the Ambazonia, that excluded these 2. Because of what? They redeclared on November 2024. That's why, if you know what I know, if you know the document I have here, if you know what I see, what I have already searched for, that is why you see me every day. I am happy. Despite the situation around me, I am very happy because of what? Look at me, my younger brother is my younger brother. We are searching from the match I kept him to over 4 months, and we cannot be able to see his corpse. I don't know what happened to him. And you think I am only doing this because of what? The joy that I already knew that very soon that I will be back to my family. Very soon, sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's 10 years. I am ready. I ask you, if our organization waited for 10 years, are you going to still stand with US declared? Let me ask you, if we, as we are moving right now, if this thing lasts from now to 10 years before we get 1 year, one country organizing us, I hope, I'm asking you at the comment section, are you still going to stand on this mandate? Or are you going to disappear? You start talking, you start commenting, you remain silent. Is it what you are going to do? Are you sure that you are real? We must understand nothing good comes easy. Everything will take a hard job. It takes a long journey. Calculated of how many years or what it takes you for you to be in abroad today, and calculated of what it takes for you as recognition. Think and rethink. I said that word what? I said think and rethink. Have you prepared your mind that if this journey takes us 10 years for us to achieve one recognition from one country, I hope, are you still going to stand on the US will declare as your country? Or you are going to stop donating? You will go mute and remain silent. You will not listen to any program again. I am asking you. I am honestly asking you. Search your heart. Tell yourself the truth. Have you prepared to wait for 10 years for one recognition from one country? If that is the rule you have to pass. Before you answer, now think from the 1970, we're on the wrong track. Calculate just by yourself. Counts from 1970 then to 2024, 28th November, we are on the wrong track. Then you now check from the years between the 2024 November to next 10 years, if that is how we achieve one recognition. But it's a pure politics to play. I hope, are you going to cease supporting the government? Are you going to still believe in US will declare that this is where to go? I also ask you this question again. If you one day, what happened to this Zambia group that the Zambia government arrested 8,000 one day, by 15,000 one day of this group? Are you going to still stand? Are you going to still stand on the mandate? I am asking you. Search your heart. Now, number one.
1. Baratsland, Zambia, name of organization.
Number one, Brassland is the name of supposed to be a country from Zambia. Now, name of organization, listen.
Linyong and Dambo.
Lilion and Dembo is the name of the organization they registered. This is the name of the organization. In abbreviation, they call it what? LGDBO. But if you think for answer that question, you are only person who sincere answer this question. He said, no going back, USD for life. Thank you, boy, for answering that question. And whenever I saw someone answer the question or comment based on what we're doing, it gives me joy to continue. Liliana Dambo is the name of the organization. What happened to them? Listen.
Incarcerated leader, Afumba Mambatwa.
Incarcerated leader who was arrested, Afumba Mambotwa, is the name of their leader. Like when you called Mazen Nandekano. That IPOB refused to transition government in exile. They refused to issue redeclaration of US redeclared. He said no going vacation at all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nigeria is a scam. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's your comment to give me a little bit smile in my heart. Thank you so much. Now, this we are talking about organizations that their leader was arrested and the organization failed. So let's continue.
History and failure. In 2012, the Supreme Baratsi National Council resolved to separate from Zambia due to the structural collapse of the 1964 Baratsland Agreement.
Are you hearing it? The history and the failure. In 2012 of yesterday, the Supreme Brussels National Council resolved to separate from Zambia due to the structural collapse of the 1964 Brussels Agreement. They agreed to separate. It's like when Ojukwu went to Aburi Accord with the Nigerian government in Ghana. If the Aburi Accord stand by today, nobody will buy us anymore. These people has an agreement with the Zambia government. In 1964, that agreement fails, like when Nigeria failed to agree on Aburi Accord. Remember, the Aburi Accord failed is why we have Biafra genocidal war. Is it not true? Honestly, things has happened though. You see, I am supposed to say this word. I never knew all those that started doing research. Research is like my. If I tell you how many hours I sleep, you won't believe me. I have murdered my sleep because I want to get to the root of everything that happened in this movement. And we're also keeping out the record. We're also saving the pictures of all betrayers. And also, I said it sometime, it's a high time you start writing names of the saboteurs at one place to help the government. It's a high time we start writing all the names of saboteurs. Now, because of this agreement they had in 1967, 1964 failed. Then, in 2013, Afumba Mambutwa took public oath of office as the Administrative General of the transitional government. You see, of the what? Of the transitional government to separate from Zambia because the agreement has failed. Because Aburi Accord failed, that is why Ojukwu issued the Declaration of Republic of Biafra in 1967-1970. This is exactly the case. Now, do you see how this is happening? Do you see how exactly what happened? And what I will allow you, said your name is Kelechi, USB declared this a scam. I will allow you to be here to learn small before I will block you. So you have 30 minutes to write your garbage, which I will return back in 1 second to wipe them away and throw you in the abyss where you belong. A betrayer of all time. The worst part of it is that all of you that are writing this in the YouTube is not your really name in life. But we will catch all of you in Biafra land. Do you look at the headline? We are proving a 5 Africa organization in Africa that's supposed to transition government in exile and issue declaration. Because of they did not transition and they did not issue declaration, the organization fell and the leaders was in prison. That's what I'm doing today for you. I always came with evidence. Look at a man he used to put in you a criminal, a spinal tights, not tighter in America. So let's continue. Allow him to comment his madness. It takes me 1 minute to wipe the madness away, so it does not exist. So in 2013, Afumba Mbuta took public oath of office as an administrative general of the transitional government. However, in December 2014, Mumbuto and his top cabinet member were captured by Zambia's security force. It was being captured by what? By the Zambia security force. What happened? Why it is Mumbuto was hit with several treason charges and moved to an island maximum security facility where they tortured this leader, because the organization had no external second command or external administrative network. It never transitioned into a functioning government in exile. No subsequent redeclaration were mentioned and were maintained. And today, the movement has heavily settled and dropped out of the international geopolitical report and out of the map of the world. There is one thing in all this, and I want to understand that in all these things, and what is there is this: the only government in exile that is original, you can understand it here, is the one that issued a redeclaration of a lost country that has document. The other one is a criminal. The other one is a noisemaker. The other one does not exist. There is no legal backup for him or for her or for that organization. So let's listen to this audio again.
2013, Afumba Mambatwa took a public oath of office as the Administrator General of a transitional government. However, in December 2014, Mambatwa and his top cabinet members were captured by Zambian security forces. Why it extinct? Mambatwa was hit with a severe treason conviction and moved to an isolated maximum security facility.
Are you hearing it?
Because Linyongendambo had no external secondary command or external administrative network, it never transitioned into a functional government in exile. No subsequent redeclarations were maintained, and today the movement has heavily stalled and dropped out of international geopolitical reporting.
Ogenkere never wants Cyberba to come south. And all is gullible. That is why they voted that they should never redeclare Biafra in Finland. This is how I do my exposition with what happened to others. Now you are listening to this. This leader was being imprisoned, charged with a treason, put in absolute confinement because his people refused to transition into government in exile. They refused to issue redeclaration of that lost country. They lost in 1964, that in 20 13 that Afumba Mumbuto declared that want them to start afresh with a number of organization. Obatobi registering officially Brigi, Biafran Exile. Obatobi was who registered it as an organization. That is why Obatobi, being that this is not a government, he's also said that is why Obatobi never prioritized the Brigi. Today, the criminal Genkere has prioritized Brigi as his own. Because of this leader, did not have somebody who could, among his men, who could summon the courage, like our DPM, to issue a redeclaration of their lost country of 1964 when he was arrested, put in prison, 2013 of yesterday. When he was arrested. Nobody could do that. That is Ogenkere, and this leader was never released. This leader never released it today, and what happened to him, to the organization and the movement? They died. They removed them out of geopolitical reporting. Today, we report because of Mass Simon, because of what? Because of USB declared. You had it here. Because of there is no subsequent falsely redeclaration to be maintained or managed. And he remains in prison. And today, the world has forgot him. Ngozi Arabeze issued declaration to release Masin and Simon Ebanjoko. Because the declaration has a legal document and a legal right, no other one. Yes, we are the living witness of all that's happening of IPOB. He also died. After 4 days, I passed him from our side to the mission. Look at Butozo, a common folknizer who cannot write his name that joined ESN. Look at Butozo, who could not, because of he was looking for position, who could not protect Double Lion and his men. Do you also that today that the son of Double Lion still remain alive and nowhere to be found? He is only one who knows where he is because of enemies around. I leave it there. Look at it here. Continue calling USB is a scam. Imagine a slave. These those who want Obatobe to remain in prison, like people of Botswana land or from Zambia that refused to issue declaration, and their leader was incarcerated and died in prison because of there is no legal backup to give international law to talk about them. Do you know that Nigeria never know what is coming by USB through keeping Simon? If they know, they will run because USB has the legal backup. Why Ogenkere, the criminal, the spinal tighter, never had anyone. And he never knew. Bylaw is for organization. Charter is for organization. That's what Obatobe introduced charter with us when we are in Brigi as the organization that is going to redeclare that's going to redeclare the lost country. That we get that legal document in hand and we'll stop making noise. Look at the Ifajunako Keneshi in the midst of us. Out of 12, there is one Judas. Out of 41 people that like the program so far, so good. He's the only one who has a different comment. That is how you know Judas. Out of 12, 1 was Judas. 11 was the right people. That is how you know it. And nothing will hide the truth. The truth can only be delayed, can never be denied. Destiny can only be delayed, but can never be denied. And that on that process of delay is when they are testing your faith. Now we out for recognition. It's a time to test all of us faith. Let's continue. So number 2.
2. Caprivi Strip, Namibia, name of organization. Caprivi Liberation Army, CLA. The incarcerated leader, John Samboma, commander.
Are you hearing it? Number 2. From Namibia. The name of organization, CLA. Their leader, John Samambua, is the name of their leader. And what happened? What was the history of him? Listen to the history.
The history and failure. Caprivi, a distinct geographical strip in northeastern Namibia, sought separation from Namibia in the late 1990s under the pretext of historical administrative autonomy.
Remember that the same 1990 that Namibia succeeded, one of the group that was against Namibia movement tried to form their own. Immediately Namibia issued their first president, their first election, they started. On this particular commander was the one who was fighting against SWAPO. You see, now that Namibia has succeeded, now he wants to break away immediately with Namibia. From Namibia, he wants to have his own country. And they said, okay, I was against us. So, you see, he had it. I want you to get something clearly. Now, the history. He wants to distance himself away from the northern Namibia. And he wants to separate from Namibia. In late 1990, on December, Namibia came to take over the territory 1990 January. They look at December, 1 year after the first election, he want to break away. Enemies around. When we get recognition, all these enemies, we got to form their own country. We're not going to allow them Biafra land. You see how enemies operate. Only in the 1990, Namibia get recognition January 5 and take over their territory from South Africa in January 5 after their declaration in exile. After 30 years of being in exile, they come back. That the same 1990 December, the enemy, John Samumba, tried to divide Namibia again. That was those who was fighting that SWAPO that issued the declaration of Namibia. It's not authentic government, that UN should not recognize them. And after the UN has allowed them, he's among those leaders in one of those groups, the group called the Christian Nation. He's the one leading them then. Now, after he come back, he changes it after 1990, December ending. He call it what? CLA. He changes the name. Forget the Christian nation he was using to fight against the Namibia government. You understand it? Now, after they have recognition, he wants to another separate country. But when Namibia was fighting, he refused. History is carrying everything. History is what? Carrying everything in this world that we are living. You see, Kelechi, it takes you, your first comment, you commented on the 6 minutes. Out of 6 minutes, it takes you another 6 minutes for you to write the junk I do not read. Now, see how I treat people like you. 1 second. Pia. As you see it again from where you are writing it, it has disappeared. I will not block you now. I will allow you to be writing your junk. You write once I delete it. That is how I do. The first one you write, I see. Do you see it? Once I delete one, he wipe all your garbages away. So look at this one, first one you write. Shake me now. Piam. Wipe away. You see? Out of 43, you are the only saboteur here. That is how you know Judas among 12 apostles. So let's continue. Then, from Namibia, then he wants separation. Under the past tense of the historical administrative autonomy, in August 1990, the CLA launched a surprise armed offense on a government of Namibia in Kastama, Mulasso. The state's counter offense was swift, ruling in a mass arrest of all these people that was against the government through John Samambua, who was the leader of the Christian nation that was against Namibia to achieve recognition, like people like Ogen Kere. Now, let's continue.
In August 1999, the CLA launched a surprise armed offensive on government installations in Katima Mulilo. The state counteroffensive was swift, resulting in mass arrests. Why it extinct? CLA commander John Samboma and his inner military circle were arrested and subjected to the longest and largest high treason trial in Namibian history, culminating in heavy prison sentences in 2015. The organization failed to set up an external governing council or create a peaceful administrative framework outside the territory. The movement permanently broke apart inside the prison system, and no one talks about Caprivi sovereignty today. 3. Bioko Island, Equatorial Guinea.
No, let's remain here. The CLA Commander John and his military crackly were arrested and subjected to the longest and the largest, highest treason trial in Namibia history. Like Ogenkere, we face a long treason charge in Biafra land. Now, the claim is heavily prison sentence in 2015. He was sentenced in what? In 2015. So when you look at it, these organizations that refuse to transition into government in exile, look at, we are reading what? The failure of why and how the history they failed, the failure of all of them. Now listen to this as we are moving in. This man who was attacking the government of the Namibia that issued the Declaration of Namibia in 1960, December. He now came back. He wants to come and do what? My brother, I don't know who you're asking me to call you back or to contact you. I don't know. So you can clarify, so I will know. The person should look at the number on the comment section. I don't know who you're talking about. So now, this organization, as their leader, was being heavily prison sentenced in 2015. The organization failed to set up an external governing council or create a peaceful administrative framework outside the territory. Outside what the territory. Okay. In a government in exile, you are laughing, you are sorrow, and you are father, you are mother. Comment section. That's a Kilish. A Fulani. So let's continue. They refused to do what? To create a peaceful administrative framework in the name of what? Government in exile in another territory. The movement patiently broke apart inside prison system. As the leader was arrested, they broke apart. That is how Ogenkere broke apart from just when he declared, thinking that he can stop the movement. But he never knew that Chukwu Okabiama, who said that Biafra should be declared by me by November 29, 2024, not December 2nd. Do you understand it? And these people that was against Namibia declaration, what happened? The organization broke away in where? They broke away, and from that day they broke away in prison, and as the day was arrested, today what happened? The sovereignty is no longer talking about them till today. That is number 2 from Namibia. Now let's go to number 3. These are organizations that they never made it because of what? They did not issue redeclaration after have lost their country for the first time in 1999. They never issued declaration. They did not issue the declaration. That is how they lost. And because of there is no redeclaration document in their hand, and the leader was arrested, they said that this organization broke in different ways. Like how you see today, Ogenkere broke and see claiming a criminal, claiming another man's property, claiming brig today. The way you see Mama Duabo that lettered Ogenkere the criminal. The way you see Bryce Nokoma and Shomo Okoma that lettered this criminal called Ogenkere. I hope you're connecting the dots. This what happened that make these people from Namibia broke down and P6, and when I talk about them is what Ogenkere, Chiamaka, Jerusalem, those that elected him. That was the plan within the IPOB organization. exactly what is happening in this movement that we are into at this time. You can see where the history is fully repeating itself again. Now, number 3, Boko Island, Equatorial Guinea, is where this one happened. Listen to this.
Equatorial Guinea, name of organization, Movement for the Self-Determination of Bioko Island, MABE, the incarcerated leader, Martin Puya.
Are you hearing it? Boko Island, Equatorial Guinea, name of organization, Movement of the Self-Determination of the Boko Island, in abbreviation, MAIB is the name of the organization they use. One, the name of the leader, Martin Puyo, is the name of the leader of the Boko Island that want to break away from Equatorial Guinea. What happened to them? Now, the history and the failure. Listen, here's how they fell, why they fell. Listen.
Failure. MABE was formed to protect the indigenous Bubi people of Bioko Island from the political hegemony and violent oppression of the mainland-dominated regime of Teodoro Obiang. In January...
Do you hear that? The history and failure of this organization was formed to protect the indigenous people of Boko people, was formed to protect the indigenous people of Boko Island from the political harmony and the violent oppression of the mainland dominated regime of the Teodoro Obiang. In January 1998, a series of localized broke out on the now that's the broke out for them to move on. What happened? Their leader, look at it, which the region used to justify to complete a swap and destabilize the Boko leadership. They formed their leader and they start moving. What happened? Now listen to what happened to them.
January 1998, a series of localized skirmishes broke out on the island, which the regime used as a justification to completely sweep and dismantle the Bubi leadership.
They dismantled the what? Leadership.
Martin Puya, the primary institutional voice of MABE, was arrested alongside hundreds of activists, severely tortured, and sentenced to prison, where he died shortly after in mid-1998.
I hope you are listening. Puyo, the primary institutional voice of the MAIB, was arrested alongside hundreds of activists, seriously tortured. He's what? Seriously what? Tortured. And what happened? He died in the prison. After he died in the prison, shortly died in the prison. After he died, what happened? The remaining remnant failed to build an external government in exile or draft perhaps a legal redeclaration to look into international human rights protection. Without redeclaration document, there will be no legal protection of human rights. But with the USB redeclared document, there is a legal right to protect every indigenous citizen of the United States of Biafra. What happened? They failed because of what? There is no redeclaration. To international human rights protection, MAIB was effectively neutralized, and its independence goes internally upset from current African Union or global constitutions. Then what happened? That everything about them disappeared. Because of what? They did not transition document in exile. They did not issue the declared of their lost country. And as they are doing it, the other was arrested. Now, those who are outside, who's supposed to do the redeclaration, refused to do that. The group and this organization died. They was being removed from the map of the world. Let's continue. Number 4.
1998. The remaining remnants failed to build an external government in exile or draft cohesive legal redeclarations to lock in international human rights protections. MABE was effectively neutralized, and its independence goals are entirely absent from current African Union or global conversations. 4.
Now, on this number 3, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was being tortured. This man was tortured and he died in prison. Chukwu Okabiama keep Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa after all this because of he is the one who determined that the two of them should come into this movement to make Biafra to be erected by. Now that our DPM has issued the declaration and we are a country waiting for recognition like every other countries in the world. That is why I give you in the beginning the history of Namibia, that Namibia remained in exile for 30 good years. They said over 3 decades. You know that a decade is 10 years. 30 years, Namibia was in exile, forming half their government after they have issued their declaration of the sovereignty. Ojukwu declared the sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra in 1967 without one recognition. It's after the declaration of the sovereignty that the other countries that have their own sovereignty already fully will now grant recognition. That is why 4 countries in Africa recognize Ojukwu sovereignty declaration. Let's go to number 4.
1. Comoros, name of organization. The separatist movement of Anjouan. Mouvement Populaire Anjouanais, MPA. The incarcerated leader, Mohamed Bakar.
I hope you are hearing the names of the leader and also organization. Like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu registering IPOB. That today DOS is dragging with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the same way the criminal organ is dragging Bill Simon Ekpa Njoko. Could you imagine such kind of people? The same way the same way that DOS moved now Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the IPOB organization registered by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The same way obtained by stealing by tricks of the name of Mazi Simon Ekpa, and now he's claiming that he said this brigade will form here, where, how? A criminal for that matter, because he was always criminalizing the people's car. He always tied. If you don't come in time, Ogenkere will take your car and sell it. That is why he has always been in prison. He has many prison charges in America. The criminal Ogenkere, a man with over 10 count charge in America. A man who looked like the same actor of who? Of Tinubu. If you look at Ogenkere action and what he's doing, you see the same road Tinubu comes, that a man who entered a university with the name of a woman, graduates with the name of a man. You look at somebody who has what does belong to you is what you turn, and you are claiming the owner, and you remove them of the owner and claim that you are the prime minister. And people like him is following, because Judas must follow Judas. Let's continue. You had it here. Mohamed Bakar is the name of the Adjouan that want to succeed out from the Comoros. He want to succeed out from where? From the Comoros. And for them to succeed out, what happened in their movement? Listen.
Failure. In 1997, the island of Anjouan declared absolute independence from the Federal Islamic Republic of the Comoros, citing central government neglect. For years, the island...
Do you hear it? Yeah. The history and the failure. In 1977, the island of Anjouan declared absolute independence from the Federal Islamic Republic of the Comoros, citing a central government neglect, that they are neglecting the central government of Comoros. What happened after the years? This one, they even issued declaration. Why do they fail? Listen.
For years, the island functioned detached from the capital, eventually falling under the severe military administration of Colonel Mohamed Bakar, who ran the island's separate civil registry and local forces.
Are you hearing it? They are moving. They have their military. And what happened to them from the Comoros? Do they succeed? Did Mohamed Bakar, who is the leader of this movement? Did they succeed? Why did they fail? Now listen.
Extinct. In March 2008, the African Union backed a full-scale amphibious military invasion, Operation Democracy in Comoros, that overran the island. Bakar fled but was stripped of all power, arrested, and effectively held in restrictive exile, detention in Benin. The domestic administrative structure completely folded. Because the movement was built entirely on a local military strongman rather than an external legal framework, no government in exile was formed, no redeclaration was issued, and Anjouan's sovereign ambitions are completely dead.
Do you hear it? I hope you see how all this organization has been collapsed. You see this language of the international global community about government in exile and issue declaration, or if you lost it, it must be redeclaration. And look at them, they refuse, they declare it first. Like when Ojukwu declared in 1967, without, you will first declare yourself a country. You will first declare yourself a sovereign nation, prove a sovereignty before others will adopt you. You will call yourself your name first. You are going to tell somebody, this is my name, before that person will start calling you by your name. It's just a simple example of what we are into. Please, I'll ask you, if you are joining us, I want to hit the like button. If you never do so, hit like, share, and subscribe. If you never do so, please. Because once you share, other people will join us. That's why it's very important. So it is very important at this stage we are into that you understand what we are doing and the right way to follow. I hope we are making common sense. I hope we are making what? Common sense. That is why I said you had it here. Everything that's not based on the framework of the international community, you on your own. The international community has started existing before we merge. And for us, you see, this world, or this people called international community, they are like a school. That's where we all went. None of us built the school. The school has already been existing before you enter the school. What you do is to accept the protocol, the guideline of the school, then you can be able to enter the school and graduate. When the school will give a time to pay, for you to pay, what happened? You pay. Wow, James Chigozie, where have you been, brother Mazi? I've been asking of you for over 4 or 5 days. You are not here. I hope you are good, my brother. Yesterday, the first day I was asking of you, I never see James Chigozie. Where have you been? I hope you are good, Mazi. I hope. So, when you look at the timeline and the history of what we are doing, you will now ask yourself, who is the one that issued this declaration of the Biafran people? Who, you see how we met the criteria? That a government in exile that the world knows or accepted is the one that issue official declaration of a lost country. And look at this from the Comoros. Why do they fail? They fail because of what? They refuse to transition into government in exile official. They refuse to issue a peaceful declaration because they have lost their country. As they refuse to issue this declaration, now what happened? Listen to this.
5. Zanzibar, Tanzania, name of organization.
Sorry for going to number 5. As they refuse to issue official declaration or to prove a good structure of government in exile or to prove external framework, legal framework, through what on government in exile was formed. No declaration was issued, and the Adjuan sovereign abolition are completely dead. Because of that, their sovereign, they have even tampered. They get from, remember that the movement started in 1997. Then in March 2008, they leveled them. As they was being leveled, nobody transitioned in exile, like in the IPOB. Nobody issued declaration. And the organization and the sovereignty they have even trying to have was dead on arrival. Nobody's talking about them today. Now we are going to number 5, which is the last today of this particular session. Now, what happened? Number 5 is Zanzibar, Tanzania. You see from 5 countries that this now with that Tanzania is supposed to have a different country, which sometimes that is when Tanzania is supposed to separate into 2. And they do not. What happened? Listen. And remember how I was doing it here. I will give you the name of the organization. I will give you the name of their leader in that country. And what happened to them? Listen carefully.
Show, the Association for Islamic Mobilization and Propagation, the incarcerated leader, Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed. The history and failure. While technically starting as a religious organization, Show pivoted in the early 2010s into a massive, highly structured political movement advocating for a national referendum to dissolve the 1964 union between Zanzibar and Tanganyika, aiming to restore Zanzibar as a fully independent island state. Why it extinct?
I hope you are listening, and the English is very simple. Sheikh Fred Hadi Ahmed is the name of the leader. History and failure. Why technically starting a regional organization, Usman Hua provided it the earlier 2010 into a massive, highly structured political movement advocating for a national referendum to dissolve the 1964 union between Zanzibar and the Tanganyika, aiming to restore Zanzibar as a full independent island state was their plan. Now, why do they fail? Testify of a total state breakdown. The Tanzania central government executed and wiped security operation October 2012, arresting Sheikh Fabi Henda Ahmed and the entire co-leadership of Usman Ho. They were kept in maximum security confinement in Maisland prison for nearly a decade without trial. A decade is 10 years. They kept them in prison for 10 good years. That is a decade, which is 1 decade. Without what trial, like Nigeria government keeping Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Why are they keeping? Is to use the avenue or the opportunity to destroy everything that the leader has built. Like China Sanwo-Olu, trying to help them to destroy. Like Ogenkerie, trying to destroy Simon Eba's movement. By voting, Ogenkerie voted that he don't want Biafra to be declared. 29. The intention of voting that he don't want it to be declared on 29 was the intention that on that December 2nd, they have already invited police that Chiamaka Ajere with Ogenkere, with Shomo Okoma, Bryce Nokoma, they will start raising noise. The fight will kick out. Chiamaka was instructed that he will break someone's head in Finland. And once blood comes out, a redeclaration, a peaceful declaration is no longer. It is a violence gathering. And the arrest will happen in Finland. That is where they plan to arrest our DPM. That is where Ogenkere and Chiamaka Ajere and they will plan when we are fighting. They will say, who is the leader? Who organized this? They will say, look at Timothy or Simon Eba. They want to arrest him. And they arrest anyone who is close to our DPM. But Chukwu Okabiama said, no, this will not happen. On that note, Biafra will be declared 29th November 2024. Are you following? And I hope you are paying deep attention. And I hope you are connecting the dots without me even saying a word. Please, I urge you to like and share the program. Please, for others to join us and also listen to the message that we are bringing out from this. So please do that. Now, what happened to that leader? They was kept in prison without trial over 1 decade. 1 decade is 10 years, no trial from the government of Tanzania. Breaking the back of the government in exile outside of Eastern Africa. The movement withdraw away. By the time the leader were quickly released, yes, years later, the statehood mechanism was completely gone. That is Nigeria government trying to keep Mazen Nandekan. If they know that the movement with the IPOB, like Chinasa, want to promise them, keep him for long, we are going to destroy it. That is what they are doing. The same Ogenkle is trying to destroy Simon Ebas' legacy that was being headed by Mazen Nandekan. Hand over to Nguzo Arabes to manage or to protect until they comes out. Now, the movement withdraw. They did not move again. Before the leader will come out, the stakehold was gone with zero active international discussion remaining. Because of what? They refused to redeclare. They refused to form in exile. And on that note, they lost their territory. Until today, nobody talk about them.
Terrified of a total state breakup, the Tanzanian central government executed a sweeping security operation in October 2012, arresting Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed and the entire core leadership of UMSHO. They were kept in maximum security mainland prisons for nearly a decade without trial, breaking the back of the organization. Because UMSHO failed to build any administrative infrastructure or government in exile outside of East Africa, the movement withered away. By the time the leaders were quietly released years later, their statehood machinery was completely gone, with zero active international discourse remaining. Structural analysis: why these 5 movements failed. Movement, region, strategic flaw, fatal event, current status, Linyang Dambo, Baratsland, no external command layer. 2014 capture of Administrator General. Stalled, faded out. CLA, Caprivi Strip, relied purely on localized guerrilla tactics. Decades-long high treason mass trials. Disintegrated completely. MABE, Bioko Island, lacked digital registry or diaspora state framework.
What?
Death of Martin
Digital registration. That they had it, they lack what? Digital registration. Digital registration, like what USB is doing today. It's those things that make them fail is what we are doing. That is why you will know that USB declared is on the right track. And we are doing those things that will make us to achieve recognition. That is why when they tell you, go and take your USB ID card, you are wasting time. Take your ID card. Take your ID card. It's a what? It's part of the things they call what? Digital document.
Pressed into extinction. MPA, Anjawan, centered on a physical military strongman. 2008 astronomical units invasion and leaders arrest. Reabsorbed into Comoros. UMSHO, Zanzibar, kept administrative operations entirely domestic. 2012 total leadership arrest sweep. Neutralized politically.
You had why these 5 organizations that are supposed to be a country from Africa, this is how all of them been collapsed. I said what? This is how all these countries are being collapsed. You see what is collapsing? An organization that's supposed to transition. Once you transition into a government in exile, that is when you will know. And once you transition, the first thing you have to do is to form official government in exile. Make it known to the world, register it, like about to register Brigi. After this registration of the Brigi and government in exile, next thing to do is to issue a redeclaration of the lost country. And from that, you have what they call, under international law, a legal document in your hand. With that legal document, you have a legal protection. And that is when from there you prove that you are a sovereign state. And from there, the world will understand that this is a government in waiting for recognition. On that, I will play the audio again before we move into another session. I want to play you a particular place. They said that IPOB organization refused to transit government in exile, that they refused to also issue declaration. That is why they are a first state. That is where they put them. As one of those that have their leader was arrested, they did not do anything. Are you following? This is what has happened. What's happened? Please, 1 minute. Because they have interrupted us again to via network. Please, if you're watching me, I only plead with you to touch the emoji love, please. Because once you touch it, YouTube we allow the message to move. Please, I urge you, if you're watching me, to touch this emoji love, please. It's not removing any money from your internet or from your accounts. It's free. The YouTube is not monetized. They will not take money from you either. So I want to play it fully before we move, so you can listen to it carefully. As we refresh, let us see if they allow us to play it, if the attack has ended. Okay, I think the attack has ended. Yes, that emoji love and that 100%, all the things that are there are making YouTube to let program grow.
The self-determination movement relies entirely on a centralized local leadership without building an institutionalized digital infrastructure, an official gazette, or an external governing apparatus. The arrest of its leadership usually marks the absolute end of the movement.
Are you hearing it?
Without a
These 5 organizations are supposed to be a country. The arrest of the leader marked the end of this movement. That was the intention of any government that arrests a leader who is fighting to give his people a new country.
Here are 5 clear African examples from 1970 onward that failed precisely due to this operational structure collapse. 1. Baratsland, Zambia, name of organization, Linyungandambo. The incarcerated leader, Afumba Mambatwa. The history and failure. In 2012, the Supreme Baratsi National Council resolved to separate from Zambia due to the structural collapse of the 1964 Baratsland Agreement. In 2013, Afumba Mambatwa took a public oath of office as the Administrator General of a transitional government. However, in December 2014, Mambatwa and his top cabinet members were captured by Zambian security forces. Why it extinct? Mambatwa was hit with a severe treason conviction and moved to an isolated maximum security facility. Because Linyungandambo had no external secondary command or external administrative network, it never transitioned into a functional government in exile. No subsequent redeclarations were maintained, and today the movement has heavily stalled and dropped out of international geopolitical reporting. 2. Caprivi Strip, Namibia, name of organization, Caprivi Liberation Army, CLA. The incarcerated leader, John Samboma, commander. The history and failure. Caprivi, a distinct geographical strip in northeastern Namibia, sought separation from Namibia in the late 1990s under the pretext of historical administrative autonomy. In August 1999, the CLA launched a surprise armed offensive on government installations in Katima Mulilo. The state counteroffensive was swift, resulting in mass arrests. Why it extinct? CLA commander John Samboma and his inner military circle were arrested and subjected to the longest and largest high treason trial in Namibian history, culminating in heavy prison sentences in 2015. The organization failed to set up an external governing council or create a peaceful administrative framework outside the territory. The movement permanently broke apart inside the prison system, and no one talks about Caprivi sovereignty today. 3. Bioko Island, Equatorial Guinea. Name of organization, Movement for the Self-Determination of Bioko Island, NABE. the incarcerated leader, Martin Puya. The history and failure. MABE was formed to protect the indigenous Bubi people of Bioko Island from the political hegemony and violent oppression of the mainland-dominated regime of Teodoro Obiang. In January 1998, a series of localized skirmishes broke out on the island, which the regime used as a justification to completely sweep and dismantle the Bubi leadership. Why it extinct? Martin Puya, the primary institutional voice of MABE, was arrested alongside hundreds of activists, severely tortured, and sentenced to prison, where he died shortly after in mid-1998. The remaining remnants failed to build an external government in exile or draft cohesive legal redeclarations to lock in international human rights protections. MABE was effectively neutralized, and its independence goals are entirely absent from current African Union or global conversations. 4. Anjouan, Comoros, name of organization. The separatist movement of Anjouan. Mouvement Populaire Anjouanais, MPA. The incarcerated leader, Mohamed Bakar. The history and failure. In 1997, the island of Anjouan declared absolute independence from the Federal Islamic Republic of the Comoros, citing central government neglect. For years, the island functioned detached from the capital, eventually falling under the severe military administration of Colonel Mohamed Bakar, who ran the island's separate civil registry and local forces. Why it extinct? In March 2008, the African Union backed a full-scale amphibious military invasion, Operation Democracy in Comoros, that overran the island. Bakar fled but was stripped of all power, arrested, and effectively held in restrictive exile, detention in Benin. The domestic administrative structure completely folded. Because the movement was built entirely on a local military strongman rather than an external legal framework, no government in exile was formed, no redeclaration was issued, and Anjouan's sovereign ambitions are completely dead. 5. Zanzibar, Tanzania, name of organization, UMSHO, the Association for Islamic Mobilization and Propagation, the incarcerated leader, Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed. The history and failure. While technically starting as a religious organization, UMSHO pivoted in the early 2010s into a massive, highly structured political movement advocating for a national referendum to dissolve the 1964 union between Zanzibar and Tanganyika, aiming to restore Zanzibar as a fully independent island state. Why it extinct? Terrified of a total state breakup, the Tanzanian central government executed a sweeping security operation in October 2012, arresting Sheikh Farid Hadi Ahmed and the entire core leadership of UMSHO. They were kept in maximum security mainland prisons for nearly a decade without trial, breaking the back of the organization. Because UMSHO failed to build any administrative infrastructure or government in exile outside of East Africa, the movement withered away. By the time the leaders were quietly released years later, their statehood machinery was completely gone, with zero active international discourse remaining. Structural analysis. Why these 5 movements failed. Movement, region, strategic flaw, fatal event, current status, Linyang Dambo, Baratsland, no external command layer. 2014 capture of Administrator General. Stalled, faded out. CLA, Caprivi Strip, relied purely on localized guerrilla tactics. Decades-long high treason mass trials. Disintegrated completely. MABE, Bioko Island, lacked digital registry or diaspora state framework. Death of Martin Puya in state custody. Suppressed into extinction. MPA, Anjouan, centered on a physical military strongman. 2008 astronomical units invasion and leaders arrest. Reabsorbed into Comoros. UMSHO, Zanzibar, kept administrative operations entirely domestic. 2012 total leadership arrest sweep. Neutralized politically.
I hope you are listening to how all this group has been, how all of them was being felled out, and how all of them till today nobody talk about them, and nobody in the world, they are no longer in existence. Like example of it is like with IPOB organization, after we have lost the war through Masob to IPOB, Biafra was never in existence to the world. When you go to the plight of Biafra, they remove it and put the plight of Bonny. In the world map, in African map, There's nothing like Biafran map. But today, after our US redeclared, then starting from December, starting from January, then the USB, the country will redeclared, come back to the map. And today, where was before under IPOB and Masob was plight of Bonny, today it has become the plight of Biafra back. Now, the Biafra was lost in the map of Africa. After our declaration, starting for 2026, then we come back again to the world map. And when you see the arrow in the world map, he's pointing a name of incoming United States of Biafra. That's a nation that are waiting for recognition. You see how we have brought it back because of redeclaration. If we have never done the redeclaration, we are the same level with all these people. And the plan was between the 2040, the world Biafra will be wiped away. No one will talk about us anymore. That was the intention of the Nigerian government by kidnapping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and arresting Simon Eba. But we defeated all this because of what? Because that we issue a redeclaration of our lost country. This is how we bring ourselves back to the world. This is how we let the world understand that we never forgot who we are. And today, the plight of Biafra is back. The Biafran map is back to the world map again, to the African map again. What does that mean to you? It simply means that we are doing what? That we are going to achieve recognition very soon. That is why. So I want you to sincerely understand that we are not going to fail. And once you issue a redeclaration of a lost country, everything that you are doing centralized on the international process. Like when you are processing the document you used to travel out from the zoo, the animal country, the death sentence called One Nigeria. I hope it's sounding clearly to you to understand that we are on a right track at this 21st century. Yes, permits me, we are going to go to a second section of this today's program. As we are moving to the second section, I also want you to pay attention clearly, that you will understand why USB declared is the only way that we, the people of Biafra, can have our country back. There is no other way around. And through that, we have met the criteria of all the international body. Biafra is not on what we think on our local brain. Biafra depends on the thinking, on the reasoning of the international global community. That is where Biafra stands for. What we think, how we feel, can never give us Biafra as a country. I want you to know this clearly. That is the reason why the people of Biafra has really embraced and accepted our redeclaration. Beautiful Chris, I see you. Then I also see you, Henry. Thanks so much for being here. I see you, Testimony Manuel. Oh, thanks so much for being here. What happened yesterday? I did not see you on the program. I hope you are good. Thank you so much. We check those that are always here, those that are always supporting, no matter the time, the less they meet us on live. After they didn't meet me on live, you will see their comments after the program, proving that they are doing what? Watching the program. So please bear with me as we are going to register the second section of this program into today's program. So what am I going to do? I want to prove to you that the world is not everything. That the world said that IPOB organization never issue a declaration when the leader Mazi Nnamdi was arrested. So they counted them where they count all these organizations. Then I now ask the question, after November 29, they now said excluded the November 29. These are the things that has happened in this world. And if any one of us today is not listening, paying attention to you really declared, you are doing to yourself. Please, 1 minute, my people, 1 minute. As we are moving to the second section, I am going to put the link in case if any Biafra want to join us and make a comment on what we are doing. So this is the link to the program. So in case if you want to join me on this program, you will see the link here. Why I prepared the next section of the program. That is the link. In case if you want to join the program, see the link here. Why I am preparing for the second section to prove to you where the world has already counted our movement before the coming of Simon Epa. And USB declared is what made the world to exclude us in this area. I am going to play out to you right now, so you will understand why you must embrace USB declared with all your mind. Why we have to embrace our government with all our words, our minds, that now that we are on the right track, that we should never panic at all. That we will never panic because of what? We have gotten it right. After all these years, after all these years, this is the only time that we have gotten it right. That is why nobody will stop us. Nobody. Because we are on the right track. And not on the right track, we are on the legal process. You know, when you are doing something, that's what you are doing has a legal backup. All the na one near the we are on the what? On the legal backup. We are doing what? We are on the legal backup. How to achieve Biafra as a country after all this shenanigans and after all these years that we have suffered. Then the only way that we can achieve Biafra as a country is what we have done and what we are doing right now. That is how every other countries achieve their own. And that is the same way we as people of Biafra, we are going to achieve our own. We are going to do what? We have already achieved our own. What we are waiting for is purely on our recognition. That is only what we are waiting. And it must come. You see this recognition that people are doubting under usually declared. Okay, you see the way you was been sleeping and be hoping that, oh, Biafra will declare December 2nd from the gullibles. And it happens on December 29th. It's the same way you will be here the day you fight USB and went back to bed. In the morning, you hear that it has been declared. Or after you are finishing fighting the government, or you will be on your program fighting the government of USB and fighting Biafra declared, calling Biafra USB scam, USB this, and all of them. You will be where you are doing it, and the message you broke to your headline that USB have achieved their first ever recognition, and all we follow, because what is important is that a journey of 1,000 miles must start with that determined one step that you make. Through that determined of the one step you make is how you are going to do what? Move to the journey. So the journey for us to have Biafra as a country has kicked off. So for me, I don't know why you are waiting, and why you are waiting is something I myself don't know. And why? Because of what? That we must surely have enemies. And we will never achieve this country called Biafra without breaking every world history. And what will happen that we are setting a new history in this world that we are living right now. Said what? We are setting a new history. You may disregard this, but this is a purely what fact that we all must understand. And this is how we are going to do what? Achieve our country. Like every other country in the past, I always use that word. We are not the first, neither are we going to be the last. So what we are doing these days is to stand on the existing protocol, how every other countries have achieved their own in the past. That's why I said, when you went to school, what you are doing in the school is what? You are repeating the history of those who has passed out from that school. Whatever you are reading in the school today is what someone has read before you. What are you doing then? You are only repeating the history. That is how we also have to repeat the history of how every other countries achieved their own. We are repeating the history of how every other countries in this world that you know today, even including the country where you are, how they achieved their country. That is the history that we all must carry out in our mind. And that is the only way that what we are looking for could be properly handled. So whatever that is in your mind that makes you to undermine you as we declared is what I am asking you to move away from that. Look at all that is happening this time around, all the attack on USB. This is how every other people was being attacked when they issue their redeclaration or their declaration. That is from where I borrow my word that we are not the first, or neither are we going to be the last. Whatever that you see that is happening to us today has happened to people. People's case has been peculiar before. Is how you lay your bed, is how you are going to on top of it. How you lay your bed is how you are going to lie on top of it. So for anyone today that is against this movement, I am asking you, why are you against the truth? Why you decide to be a Judas in our own time, after in the Bible that Judas has left? Why are you a Judas in this particular time that we are into? Why can't you learn from what has happened to others in the past? When you learn from what has happened to other people in the past, then what we are doing, then we move forward into what we are doing. So that is why for me, I believe to learn from the past. I don't want to discuss myself. I don't want to think I know it all. That is why whenever I come here, I bring you what has happened to every other country in this world and how they made it possible that you are today living in some of all these countries in Africa today and what they have passed through. So exactly what they passed through is what we, the people of Biafra, is passing through at this time. And the one thing that gives me joy, that there is no amount of saboteur, there is no amount of betrayal from any organization that stops them from moving forward. So I sincerely urge you to focus. I sincerely urge you to know that it's only in you as we declared, it is the only government you have. There is no other government. There is everything humanly possible that USB organization is very close to us. And I ask you to be patient with this government, that if you count the years of the wrongdoing and you count the years of getting it right, that will trigger you, if you have a good conscience within yourself, for you to remain and listen and be patient. So let's try if it can play from here, because the The other side of the refuse to play it. Listen to this, where they put IPOB, except that we'll declare Biafra on November the 29th, 2024. In the eyes of the gullible, it is USB recharge card. It is USB is a scam. The relation is a scam. But in the eyes of such a community, in the archive, in the word index, in the Wikipedia and everywhere, in the Google, in Chrome, it has carried out in their own understanding as international level that Biafra was redeclared with the name United States of Biafra on November 2024, and the same person who declared it was one who stood up and lowered the flag of Nigeria down and raised the flag of Biafra as a country. Let's see if network will allow us to go from here.
When looking across the African continent for liberation or self-determination movements that match this exact tragic pattern, a leader imprisoned for life, a population or movement that refuses to pivot to an exile administration or issue a compromise redeclaration, resulting in a forgotten stalemate, there are a few prominent historical and modern examples. Because many self-determination struggles eventually shift strategies, compromise, or fade completely, finding exactly 5 that meet every single specific condition perfectly is rare. However, these 5 African leaders and their respective organizations fit this pattern the closest. 1. Sisiku Julius Ayuk Tabe. Organization: Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia Consortium United Front, SCACUF, Delight Interim Government of Ambazonia. The region: Southern Cameroon's Ambazonia versus Cameroon. The history: Ayuk Tabe led a peaceful administrative push for the restoration of statehood for Cameroon's
child network. I know it will come to that. I want you to see where the world classified IPOB. IPOB is in number 2. And what they said, number 2, a leader who has organization, Mazen Nandekano, organization name, Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB is the name. The region, Eastern Region, Biafra versus Nigeria. The name of the organization is what? They said, listen, the history, original, and the international advocacy and the media approach, Varedo Biafra, Kano fought for a freedom of self-determination. He was arrested 2021 via extraordinary rendition from Kenya, following a highly published and intense multiple years trial. Federal High Court in Abuja sentenced him to life imprisonment on terrorism-related charges. Why it matched your criteria of the question I asked, the organizations that their leader was arrested or kidnapped or extradition, that the organization refused to transition into government in exile. They refused to issue a peaceful redeclaration of their lost country, because our case is the case of a lost country. And they said, why this matches your criteria of your question? Why Slimplit Group on external actions have attempted to claim authority or create advocacy structure outside the core IPOB organization? The vast majority of Kano's loyalty on the ground freely rejects any transition into official government in exile. Are you listening? They refuse to issue a comprehensive, peaceful declaration of the lost country, holding on to the sentence that Kano must be free first. Consequently, he remains behind bars. The state remains unachieved, and international law diplomatic bodies legally treat the matter as an internal Nigeria security issue. You see why they will not intervene fully. Because of what? If IPOB understand what will trigger the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, if they know what triggered the release of Nelson Mandela, if they know what triggered the release of Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, if they know what triggered the release of Maghandi in India, if they know what triggered the release of Rahman of Bangladesh, they could have understand. But because of they was never genuine. IPOB was never genuine. They never understand that what they want, that they want Biafra as a country. Rather, they prefer in that organization because with the name of the organization, that Biafran people will contribute money. They will connect and do as what they like. On that reason, they refuse, you had it here, that they refused to issue a declaration, redeclaration, because Biafra was lost. They refused to transition, and they said for those that transition, they refused to accept it. This is how a group of people that want to kill a movement, this is how they act. I said what? This is how they are acting. And you can see the acting of IPOB today under Chike Dozie and what they knew and all of them, that they never meant well for the Biafran people. That everything they do is how to build their stomach infrastructure, how to maintain the organization, the business company. That's the thing that Mazen Nandekan registered IPOB, that this has registered a business company for us, where we can be getting money to take care of ourselves. And they never want that company to close. Like the same way British has never want Nigeria, their company, to close. So IPOB representing British in this movement. But through our peaceful declaration by our DPM and Obatobe Simon Hepa, giving the mandate according to Newunne, who is even herself, that Mazna can say Obatobe says the Biafra should declare through our DPM. You see how our those who turn to enemy use them to testify the good news of the Lord by themselves. So the IPOB organization are in the line of those organizations that the leader was renditioned or kidnapped or arrested. They refused to transition movement in exile. They refused to issue a declaration proving that they want the movement to die and collapse. That was the intention why Nigeria arrested Mazen, kidnapped Mazen Nandekan, and arrested Obatobe Simon Ekpa. I hope you are connecting the dots. I hope that you are connecting the dots. It's that IPOB counted among those 5 states. In the other side, why they excluded them is that when I asked, I want those that from the 1967 that never issued declaration or from government in exile, when the leader was arrested, not the one that the leader was kidnapped and arrested and another movement take over and issue the declaration. And that is why they said excluded the Biafra and the so-called the people. So because of USB declared, that is why they see Mazen Nandekan right now, because USB agree that Mazen Kano remains the leader. Why somebody remain the prime minister? You see how this is coming in line and sits on international law of case of Mazen Nandekan. Despite our peaceful declaration, the Mazen Kano matter is being treated as the internal, not external. What makes it external is USB declared fully. Is what makes it Mazen Nandekan to the international community to talk about it, and they never know what is coming by USB declared. They never knew. And if you, as a Biafra, notice what is coming, you could not see your mouth to talk ill against you as we declared. You could not. What we are doing today is the only way that every other country in the world have achieved their own. And I hope that you have understand that through our peaceful redeclaration, that we as full of Biafra have met all the criteria that demand for us how Biafra as a country. There is nothing anybody can do to stop you as we declared. The time we are into is that time that we must focus. We must channel our strength to prove that we understand everything that surrenders the movement that we are into. The so-called criminal Ogenkere, who represents IPOB today in the movement of the people of Biafra, you can see that they are repeating the history of those who want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to die in prison, like the 5 organizations in Africa, from Namibia, from Guinea, from Tanzania, and from all of them today. That is why that everything that we are doing at this stage is not the time, and it's no longer when we, the people of Biafra, we are going to remain on the set line because of what? The redeclaration of United State of Biafra as a country. Without this redeclaration of United States of Biafra as a country, I am telling you that Biafran case could have been forgotten. Ogenkere see Biafra as a business. That is why he's no longer doing the mechanic job he normally do. Today he's wearing suit. Ask Ogenkere to give you his picture for the past years. You will see that he doesn't wear suit at all, even at his age, because a mechanic man cannot wear suit. And because of that, Ogenkere IPOB organization are the same method. When Obatobi moved forward, IPOB was against Obatobi. When Obatobi transitioned, and when Obatobi proved that what he wants is Biafra as a country. And what happened? The so-called IPOB was the one attacking Obatobi, that Obatobi is not doing it well. What happened? That Obatobi is not doing it well. That is why you will know that it's only in US really declared is the only way we can achieve Biafra as a country. Now that we are waiting for our official recognition, now as you have listened to all this, that they fell because of what? That their people never transitioned to government in exile, and they did not issue the declaration of their country. That is why all of them fell. That is where IPOB, that is where the criminal Ogenkere, who is claiming someone's property, belongs to. We all know that Obatobi was one who registered Brigi as an organization that is going to issue the redeclaration to get that authentic document, that we made that we will stop making noise, that we will be on the legal protection of the international global community and outside of what they are doing. And what happened? The criminal, who, when Obatobi is here with us, was here with us, he has already removed his name. Obatobi, no, I am not registering Brigi as a country. This is an organization where I can call people to come together. We will merge with one leg to issue a redeclaration of our lost country. Before he was taken away by the Nigerian government, giving Finland order to arrest the prime minister. Ike Jesus, I don't know why your mic is not connecting, honestly. This is instead of Ike Jesus, I don't know. I think you will change your name on your YouTube link. You change the name there. That is only weird because this your name. Look at it. They deserve not connected. I am seeing you all these days, but network could not have, because once your mic is not connected, then I can't bring you in. So I will urge you, Ike Jesus, to go out, change your name on the name Ike Jesus. Maybe use another name to put on the YouTube. Then that is the only way it can work. It is all this while you are coming, I'm seeing it. But the I can once a right deserve not connected. It is not connected at all. So I can't bring you Ike Jesus if you are hearing me. So please try and check from your phone why you are not being allowed to enter. I don't really understand why. And you have a two name here. He will write Ojimba Ikenna. So one of these, you must accept, you must use only one name on YouTube. If your two email is connected, you have to remove one and put only one. Because if you leave Ojimba Ikemba, it might go. Or if you leave only Ike Jesus, it might go. But because of you have two names, look at it here, Ojimba Ikenna. Then he comes here, he writes Ike Jesus. So that is where the problem is coming from. So it's from your end, not from my end. So check very well. Check your YouTube. That is why the problem is coming. So that's why I cannot bring you in. Sorry for that. It's not my fault. So when you look at what we are passing through today and everything in general that is happened to us, it's a high time that all of us that believe in USB focused. It's only in USB declared is that way that we will achieve Biafra as a country. There is no other way, and we already achieved it. The only thing that we are waiting for, like what every other country, when America issued their declaration, they waited for 4 years before taking any action in their grounds. That 4 years, they waited. In a year and 6 months, the first country that granted recognition as a sovereign nation is a country called Morocco from Africa. Close to 4 years, France recognized them and give them weapons to chase away British in their territory, like the way Nigeria occupied our territory. But what matters most, the most first part of it is that you have to issue words. You have to transition into government in exile when you lost the physical control of your sovereignty. You lost it. Then you have to transition government in exile. Then from there, you issue a redeclaration. From the issue the redeclaration, from there, you start looking for words. You start asking for recognition from every other countries, because recognition is not coming from Washington, D.C. No country in this world have achieved recognition because of Washington, D.C. I have proved it to you with the law of in America, in every other countries, that recognition comes from a country. When Somaliland be able to achieve recognition from Israel, nobody announced from Washington, D.C. that Israel is going to recognize Somaliland. The recognition goes from the prime minister or a president of a country. Is the one to decide after the cabinet members. The cabinet members are the information minister, the foreign affairs, and all of them that are in that government will decide and pass the bill to the president. The president will read the bill was being passed by the people of his country that is to his government. After reading it, he will now decide if it is right under his own chain and command to recognize you as a country. That is why when Netanyahu recognizes Somaliland, he did not take permission, and there was no congressman, there was no lobby that forced that Israel should recognize Somaliland as a country. Then coming down to Africa, when Namibia get recognition from a country of Tanzania, Angola, and many of them, there was no lobby. There was no congressman. You had it when I played here, that they bypassed congressmen for them to achieve the recognition. That they never go to the politics that are happening in Washington, D.C. These are the areas we need to focus. At the time that we are into at this stage, you must know that Biafra recognition is not coming from any congressman. It's not coming from any lobby. Now is a time to prove when they said effective government. The effective government, when you ask of what is mean of the effective government alone, the effective government is a government in exile structure that have foreign affairs for a diplomatic movement. They are the one to send the documents and things under international law guide you to send to every country to prove that you have redeclared and you are waiting for recognition to take over your sovereignty. This is how Every other country is achieving. That's why they said that when Namibia issued their declaration and they hold on it, that over 80 countries recognized them, over 80 countries. And they said Namibia did not follow the road to Washington, D.C. They never followed the road of congressmen or lobby. They do it by themselves, proving effective government that have every capacity, every structure. Example, when you see the evil woman Bianca Ono in Israel to lobby, to talk about Nigeria as a foreign affair of Nigerian government and those who can do it? Do you see him going there with any lobby? No. With any congressman? No. He goes there because of his state. That is proving effective of a state, of a country. You know that international law use states. They use states. They don't use country or nations. No, they use a state. So in times of this existing protocol of the world, to prove that USB have effective government, that we can defend ourselves, that we can talk to the world to listen to us, that is like when you read a course in a school. On the days of the after final exam, you have a day that you will sit and face the government, the school authority, to defend your cause. Are you going to hire someone to come and defend your cause? After our declaration of USB declared or to our document, we are the one to defend ourselves, not by Congress, not by lobby. That is why USB is not championing handshaking. That's why USB is not snapping pictures everywhere in Washington, D.C. Because no country in this world have achieved recognition from Washington, D.C. These are the things that we need to know at this stage. These are the areas that we must adopt. And that is why the US declared is moving in a way that every country will not disregard US declared. For the world already know that USB is a country that is waiting for recognition. It's not by whatever anybody think. It's not by how we feel. It's not the level of the international law and their guideline is different. The level of their thinking is quite different from how we think and how we reason. This is a pure truth that I want you to know. And also to know that recognition is not being given by population. It's being given by the standard of the international law, which you must meet the criteria that USB has overmet all these criteria. So my people, because of my time, I think we are going to end it here for today. Maybe until we come back again tomorrow. But if it plans the way we look at it, maybe we'll come back again to spend a brief time with Biafrans. So I want to know that in USB declared is the only government we have. Chai, Ike Jesus, it cannot allow you to enter. That's name Ojimba authorized with YouTube. Ike Jesus is not authorized with YouTube. The one that's authorized here, I'm saying here, is Ojimba Ikenna. So until, I don't know how you do it, Ike Jesus. I don't know how you do this thing. There is the deserve not connected with mic. That is the problem. They will not connect you did not connect it with your mic before you can add them to the stream. Here it is here. Before I can add you, you must connect with your own mic, not by me, by you. And that's happened on the name you are using. Here they said Ojimba Iken authorized with YouTube. So you see where the problem is coming from. So it left for you to try and change it. I don't know, honestly. And I wish to hear from you because it's been long, honestly. You've been coming if I don't know why. And the other time you was always here. It's not writing Iken, but I don't know what happened to YouTube, honestly. So please try to find out what's happening. Try to find out. You see, our brother Odogwenu just entered right now, and he entered because connected with his mic. Odogwenu, good evening from here. Please, you can have the mic.
Good evening, Biafra TV, the youngest professor of the United States of Biafra, inactive, waiting for recognition.
Yes, sir.
Why do you want to go before I greet you? Yeah.
No,
Why?
because of
Where do you want to go before Biafrans greet you and appreciated you?
no, if they enter, I will continue. But if they don't enter, I have talked for 3 hours, 24 minutes, only me alone. So I need to take a water and some rest for my voice. That is why.
Thank you
But
very
as you
much.
enter now, we must continue. Yes.
I will add Coca-Cola to it, not only water,
Thank you so
so
much.
that
I
you
know
digest
what you
very
can
well.
do. But the way
But
you are really one.
before I do that, I want to appreciate Biafrans that have accompanied you through chat, though we have some unscrupulous scopus.
Elements.
Enemy.
It's only
Yes.
one, out of.
Yes. That's why I wanted to talk that time. That person is Ogenkere. He's not Ifai. He's Ogenkere in disguise. So he's listening to you, or he listens to you. I wanted to tell you, don't kick him out, don't brush him. He's Ogenkere in
I didn't
disguise.
kick him out. I only deleted his comments. I refuse to block him. I'm only kicking the deleted his garbage he's writing. And that is only what I want to do these days. If they enter, I will delete your comments. I will leave you.
Fantastic. That his comment is coming from his conventional meeting or press release. Yes.
Congressional briefing.
Yes. So we know them. We caught them. So what Biafran that have supported you through chat, through likes, and through share, I appreciate them. But we are not doing well. We in this channel we have about 130 something or more than that, but only 34 will come. Only 34. Sometimes 34 will come. Only 5 we like or share. Are we proving ourselves? Are we supportive? Are we supporting ourselves? Are we helping to disseminate the message, passing information? So I want to urge and beg and plead all Biafrans that are following this channel, as many as we are. I use myself as a point of contact. I share. Can we be sharing this message to all these places we are? Not going to TikTok or bring another thing to Chino to Read Biafra TV. To do what? He's giving us all the analysis. And let me remind Biafra, if not that we have been declared, they could have been looking for our brother now. Because that was what Simon was doing when Nigeria found out that he is making the international community to be more aware of how to get a declaration. They started looking for Simon. That's why they could not arrest him. They didn't issue warrant of arrest to Simon. They just invited him, an invitation. Simon was there on invitation, not on arrest, because they cannot have warrant of arrest on Simon or anybody. So the reason why our brother Biafra TV is still waxing code, telling the world or revealing that document they don't want to know or that they have not seen, how we shall be recognized, is because the declaration have happened. That declaration have happened. After that declaration, there's nothing again to do. And we Biafrans need to help this news to go more far by liking and sharing. Yes, we need contributions, but we have not much to contribute this time. We need to know what we need to do. So Chino or Read Biafra TV, before I submit and leave you to go and drink water, I want to ask, currently or presently, is there any other thing that USB government led by Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Rebeze need to do, which they have not done? Because I know they have done more than enough. Is there any other thing they need to do for us to go ahead? Just more light on it. Thank you.
Honestly, you know, the only people who are asking what we need to do is those who are looking it under the local black man brain that could not move forward. But when it's come to looking at it under the international law, they have done beyond what every country has done before they achieve recognition. Because the Biafra movement, after the redeclaration of USB, it does not based on the local law. Now it's the law of what they call external, to give a way to anyone to talk to us. It becomes under the external secession rendition movement that there is no other way, that everything that we are doing now to focus on international template. And I'm telling you from today, on that template, USB government through our DB Musa has done more than what any other country need to do within a space of 2 years of USB declared. As we are positioned into 2 years of already declared, we have done what other countries takes them, the other organizations that issue declaration or redeclaration, what take them 5 years to do. USB has done it already. That is why when our DPM said that they don't know what is coming, they don't know. It's when people are looking at it as a black people, as a rural Nigerian, or a somebody who is under Nigeria that's claiming you are fighting for Biafra, you will say that nothing has been done. But everything needed to be done has been done. All the criteria has been. That's why I said that USB is going to or have already break every history, as we are setting a new history. It's only the enemies that is undermining what USB is doing, but international law has accepted it. That is why the evidence is that when you check to the world, where they write after Biafra we lost the war, they put us on we removed the plight of Biafra, put the plight of Bonnie. Today it has become the plight of Biafra. Our map was disappeared, the map of the world. Today the map is back to the African map, to the map of the world again, with the arrow and pointing. This is United States of Biafra. Its only enemy is undermining. And no so everything has met as we are waiting for recognition.
Thank you for this confidential and confident word of admission to Biafra, or clarification. Now, Biafrans, this is more reason why we need to propagate this gospel, because we have met every criteria and we have done more than we're supposed to do in 2 years. So let us not be so fast or so disappointed after we have done everything. Then what is holding Biafra again? No. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Simon Ekpa, whom we are looking for in these days or these weeks to come, that we join on, told me and you that not after declaration of Biafra that we should Biafra should come today or tomorrow, or we people should come to ask him where is the Biafra we have declared. That we are going to fight Nigeria, and no matter how many years it's going to take. But
if you're expecting him to knock woto, that you cannot see him knocking woto again, it's going to be pen and paper. Is what we used to destroy Nigeria.
Exactly. And it's going to be a fight. But the good news in this fight is that it is we Biafran that will decide how this fight is going to take shape, not Nigeria. We are going to decide how we'll fight it. We are not going to go into conventional war with Nigeria. That's what people or Biafrans are expecting Dr. Ngozo Rebeze to do. Ngozo
Rebeze said no, that you will see him fighting a physical war again with Nigeria after our peaceful redeclaration.
Yes. So Ngozo Rebeze is too intelligent and clever to do all these things we people are expecting. For her to form men on ground, giving woto, whoever will cry. No. They are crying through the papers. They are crying through the signing. They are crying through the diplomatic, political, and every other thing that Biafran's government are doing. That's where they are crying. You know what we call executive order. They will be doing anything in America, but immediately they will pass the order. That order remains, not what noise people are making. So that is where they are crying. The Tongozo through the government is finishing the economy of Nigeria. That's why they borrow 1.2 billion tomorrow. Next tomorrow they will pay 1.2. What are they going to do with this money? Are they not getting this money from their own country? They say they owe. No, they are not getting, because through the documents of United States of Biafran government are submitting, so many giant firms, so many giant companies, they are living, they are existing and closing their company that is fetching those Nigerian money. Even their oil are being rejected. Many countries are running away to other countries to get. So Nigeria have they are dead. They have no other way. The economy is going down. Plus the sit at home that Biafran are still maintaining. That sit at home every Monday took away Nigeria a lot of spam from their brokers every Monday. This is what the government are doing. So, my brother, thank you for your hours you spent. Thank you for the gadget or everything, the fuel and the gas you are wasting every day for Biafra. Keep it up. Let us know from the research what we need to know. And I want to commend Biafrans that are supporting you. Keep on supporting. Keep on supporting.
Like our sister Flora Akubilo, honestly, she's always support to me that this app is on at all time. Honestly, that is why I thank all of you that are always looking a way to support for this app to be continue moving on. That is, thank you for all of you.
Thank you very much. Compliment. I always say this whenever I have time. Onye ọbụla ị na-achụ ga-ada. Onye na-achụkwanụ ga-ada. Eluigwe ga-emegide, ana ga-emegide, ọkụ mmụọ, Amadioha, Ekwensu Igbo ji eje ọgụ. Ebe ọ na ha ekwere ka bullet, because you reveal some secret today which we don't want to reveal now. I want you to still hold it. This is what we are going to use to punish them. Because I was there.
Just a tip of what I did.
Yes, the information they try to set a bomb, they try to set a gun, they try to set enemies against you when you are on the ground, or in the ground or on the ground. Many people didn't know that. Myself also, I'm on the ground, but they don't know what I'm using. That's why they could not get me. They only get my coordinator. But where I get disappointed is that after my coordinator was arrested and kidnapped to Abuja, he met Nnamdi Kanu. When he come back, he surrendered because he agreed on the condition that he's not going to fight again for Biafra. Today, he's no more. He's just regretting his life. He cannot talk anymore. So they did not get me. So also they did not get you. Many people in Biafra doesn't know what many people pass through. Without you and others, Gaddafi, Okonkwo, Ajere, Ugo could not be getting the information that are getting. Just like that woman in France. That woman in France. We know who are giving her notice from the ground, especially his own son that she wanted to be a commander. They refused to give him commander. So don't reveal this. We are going to use it to punish them when we go back to our land. We know.
Thank you so much.
Hence, they did not kill you by that. Hence, they do not eliminate you. They cannot anybody that want to do anything to you right now. And I have called the gods of Biafra, the gods of Biafra, as Israel called the God of Israel. We are calling the gods of Biafra to intervene on your behalf. We have a God now. Nigeria don't
Yes.
have a. Have you heard about a God of Nigeria? It doesn't exist.
No.
Nigeria have no God. God are gods from Nigeria. That's why no prayer can be answered in Nigeria. In fact, nobody is praying. God cannot answer prayer in Nigeria. I challenge that God. That's why Nigeria cannot.
There is
Even
no
God
God of
cannot.
Nigeria.
God cannot make
Because
Nigeria.
Nigeria
Which God?
because God did not create Nigeria. It's being created by a white man.
Yeah.
So the
Which
God of
God can
Nigeria
make
is a
Nigeria?
white man. Yes.
Which God can make Nigeria work? If God can make Nigeria work, then which God said that Nigeria must be destroyed? So God is lying now, or is God too? Hence, God said that Nigeria must be destroyed. There's no God can make that Nigeria work because God have said. I believe that one. Bye bye,
Yes,
my
so.
brother.
Thank you,
Bye.
thank you, thank you. If network permits me, I'm going to play one thing for you. What I want to play is just something very simple for those who are looking what after you already declared. I ask this question: what is the meaning of the peaceful declaration under international law, not under your thinking, not under how you reason? Because the peace that is there is what you must understand, and how the international global community look at a peaceful declaration is not how you look at it. So on that reason, let me see. Thank you so much for sharing the program. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mazi Onwada. Thank you. Listen to this. If network
Under
allows.
international law, the phrase peaceful redeclaration does not exist as a codified standalone legal doctrine. Instead, it is a political and rhetorical framework used by self-determination movements or governments in exile. When a group issues a peaceful redeclaration of independence, they are essentially combining two recognized concepts of international law, the principle of self-determination and the commitment to the non-use of force. Here is how international law evaluates the component.
If you are expecting him to use force on Nigeria, that you will never see it. You know, as Odobone said something, it triggers my thinking to ask for this. I never asked for this before, but I know the other way around. But look at it here today. You can't claim peaceful. Peaceful means not using force. And you want USB to come and start using force. I pray my network should allow us to finish this.
And parts of such a declaration. 1. The act of declaration itself. Under international law, the mere act of declaring or redeclaring independence is generally not considered illegal. The Kosovo precedent. In its 2010 advisory opinion on Kosovo, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled that international law contains no prohibition against unilateral declarations of independence. However, the ICJ explicitly separated the making of a declaration from the legal achievement of statehood or secession. 2. The focus on peaceful non-use of force. By explicitly framing a redeclaration as peaceful, a movement aligns its rhetoric with one of the most fundamental pillars of the United Nations Charter, Article 2.4, which prohibits the threat or use of force in international relations. Proclaiming a peaceful path as an effort to gain international sympathy and distinguish the movement from violent insurgencies. It signals to the global community that the movement seeks negotiation, diplomatic engagement, or international arbitration rather than armed conflict.
Are you listening?
3. The concept of redeclaration. The use of the prefix re is a political assertion of historical continuity. Movements use this to argue that they are not trying to create a new state out of thin air, but are rather reviving or asserting a sovereignty that they believe was already established historically, but was unlawfully suppressed, interrupted, or denied. How a state actually achieves recognition, while a peaceful redeclaration is a tool to shape public opinion and seek diplomatic paths, international law dictates that a group cannot achieve sovereign statehood simply by declaring it. To be recognized as a state, an entity generally faces two competing legal realities: the declaratory theory, Montevideo Convention. This theory argues that an entity becomes a state as soon as it meets four factual criteria: a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. The principle of territorial integrity. Existing states strongly protect their current borders. Under modern international law, a right to external self-determination, secession, is tightly restricted. It is typically only recognized by the international community in clear cases of decolonization, foreign occupation, or gross systemic human rights abuses, where no domestic political remedy exists, often referred to as remedial secession. Ultimately, for a peaceful redeclaration to move from a political statement to a legal reality, it requires recognition by other sovereign states, which remains a highly discretionary political and diplomatic process.
I hope you listen to this. And that thing that Ogenkri is claiming to you, that his congressmen, his lobby, they say it here. They said, for a peaceful redeclaration to move from a political statement to a legal reality, it requires recognition by other states, other countries. Are you listening? It requires recognition by other sovereign states. They are the ones that organize you, not Congress and not Washington, D.C. It's only a man who is sabotaging and whose intention is to build his own political structure is the one telling you those garbage. And what he's doing is the work that Nigeria has sent Ogenkre to come and do, which remains a high political and diplomatic process. Ngozi Orebeze, he were tinye Toshi nwa former president Enugu Nnamani. You go 247. Imen will go local politics before. I said it openly. I welcome this movement. He made people to be entered office and denied me my results when I contested for a councillorship in Ihia local government. So it's not, we have been everywhere. Forget that we just sit here like this. That is why after that's when I know that Nigeria, and I said, I have served Nigeria, come back with shame. And what will clear my shame is US redeclared. If you doubt it, I will show you my document of winning my primary election. The person I went to primary election with under Nigeria, under P2B, of the election, I won it. I have 99. The person has 25. The third person has 13. Because they used at my back. And P2B told me openly that I am just too innocent to be a counselor. That is going to give it to an old man who is too ugly to have the position. That this will destroy my destiny. I was angry. But after that, I now realize his word that God said that I did not enter to stain my hand with blood because they are all blood-sucking demons. After the election, he announced somebody else and he said that this person has been there 10 to 15 years waiting before me. That this is my first outing. How I won primary, and also so that they are giving it to who they want, not by who won the election, by P2B. So don't just look at me like that, because I have been in all the games and I have swim under the cold and the hot and choose. Where we were Zemon and Nams Thomas and the can fully. You know that under P2B is my soul. P2B told me openly that I am too innocent for this dirty game. It's when I left Nigeria I began to realize it. But there's only one cost I lay on P2B. I said, so far you denied me after all this spending money, that you will never win any position, even in the name of Nigeria. That was my cost I learned on P2B in his first tenure as a governor of Anambra State. In your entire life, have you had meeting with a governor of your state one-on-one? When I was serving the zoo under military and under anti-military, do you know I have meeting with many of them one-on-one as a top commander. And I later find out that the only way is to use all these things to be in Biafra. And this way, when I was on ground giving information to ESN everywhere and a digit, because we have studied all the movements. But so I asked myself that I don't know the reason why Chukwu Okabiama keep on saving me from anything that could destroy me. Do you know when 1,000 Nigerian military died in Owerri State in one shrine? That is the youth could not, as they said, you have to go back. That this mission is not for you. You know that we was on a mission under Nigeria government name. And the youth could have mobbed me. Understand? Somebody I saved on the road, I saved his life, said, no, don't touch him. He's different from all these men. He was one, when I pull my clothes, he gave me another cloth to change. He was one who led me out from that movement. And I am alive today. And he told me that I should not watch Chukwu Okabiama with the name of my country that are so innocent. If I told you what we have passed through in this life, if I told the kind of water we have swim, you wouldn't believe it. That is why when Abatobi said that word, what you don't know is bigger than you. I believe with him. The first time I called him on December when he was doing program, when I do the exposition, when even our sister progress analyst addressed me as one of the Bubago's commander, in one of his analysts, when he was analyzing that video after the program, that I made a exposition that one of the Bubago's commander have joined Simon. Do you know when I make that program with Tobato? Somebody was on the comment section that I should stop saying it. But I'm telling you what we know and what we have been into and what happened before we abandoned Nigeria. Wash off our hand. You know when they said wash your hand, I use Osoji to clean myself when I denounced Nigeria totally. So you see, up to this night I asked, why should Chukwu keep me alive? Because I know many men who fall down in war, in protest. I have said it here. Ikenna and Emeka fall on the right and on the left my side. Why was they on the center? Bullet presented 2 of them, they died. They arrested almost 8 of us that was in the same line, that was coming from the same dimension from that protest in war. And I was alive. I was being saved. And that is why I told you that in Biafra land, we know them in Biafra land. Disguise yourself as you like. You see, the miracle Chukwu has made it in my life. That is why I'm a living testimony of all that has transpired, starting from Masob, down to IPOB, down to autopilot, down to Briggy, down to USB Declare, the C movement, always on the right track. When we were trying to what was Rike, Obatobi emerged. We moved, sorry, Mazankan entered, we moved speedily. You took an oath of IPOB when? I took oath in IPOB in 2013 when Mazankan, before he was got arrested. We already took oath in Ehiala. There is one school we normally use where we play tournaments. Everybody knows that particular school in Ehiala. I took oath. Can the oath let me, after taking oath, I formed 2 polling units in my territory, in my area, name of IPOB. I was the first person in that brings Mazana Kano down to my street after he comes out from protest. Because someone who has 2 polling units, you form this one, and 2 of them is functioning heavily. You don't understand. The first protest in my region, I was the first person who go on live Facebook doing protests, showing protests. A message was landing everywhere.
Biafra TV, you are deviating. It's enough. It's enough. Go back to the topic. It's enough.
So
it's enough.
I want you to know, you see this US really declared. Now I'm on a right track. If you see my white teeth, you see because of I'm on a right track this time around, that we have met the criteria. You see why our DPM is using non-violence. You can't claim you are a peaceful man and the other way around, you become you use force. Things, if we, in fact, we thank you so much. And I don't matter, I will thank you, because if you leave me, I will say a lot of things today. But we are keeping it after recognition.
Under international law, the phrase peaceful redeclaration does not exist as a codified standalone legal doctrine. Instead, it is a political and rhetorical framework used by self-determination movements or governments in exile. When a group issues a peaceful redeclaration of independence, they are essentially combining two recognized concepts of international law, the principle of self-determination and the commitment to the non-use of force. Here is how international law evaluates the component parts of such a declaration. 1. The act of declaration itself. Under international law, the mere act of declaring or redeclaring independence is generally not considered illegal. The Kosovo precedent.
It is not
in its
illegal.
2010 advisory opinion on Kosovo, the International Court of Justice (ICJ)
Kosovo,
ruled that international law contains no prohibition against unilateral declarations of independence. However, the ICJ explicitly separated the making of a declaration from the legal achievement of statehood or secession. 2. The focus on peaceful non-use of force. By explicitly framing a redeclaration as peaceful, a movement aligns its rhetoric with one of the most fundamental pillars of the United Nations Charter, Article 2.4, which prohibits the threat or use of force in international relations. Proclaiming a peaceful path as an effort to gain international sympathy and distinguish the movement from violent insurgencies. It signals to the global community that the movement seeks negotiation, diplomatic engagement, or international arbitration rather than armed conflict. 3. The concept of redeclaration. The use of the prefix re is a political assertion of historical continuity. Movements use this to argue that they are not trying to create a new state out of thin air, but are rather reviving or asserting a sovereignty that they believe was already established historically, but was unlawfully suppressed, interrupted, or denied. How a state actually achieves recognition, while a peaceful redeclaration is a tool to shape public opinion and seek diplomatic paths, international law dictates that a group cannot achieve sovereign statehood simply by declaring it. To be recognized as a state, an entity generally faces two competing legal realities: the declaratory theory, Montevideo Convention. This theory argues that an entity becomes a state as soon as it meets four factual criteria: a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. The principle of territorial integrity. Existing states strongly protect their current borders. Under modern international law, a right to external self-determination, secession, is tightly restricted. It is typically only recognized by the international community in clear cases of decolonization, foreign occupation, or gross systemic human rights abuses, where no domestic political remedy exists, often referred to as remedial secession. Ultimately, for a peaceful redeclaration to move from a political statement to a legal reality, it requires recognition by other sovereign states, which remains a highly discretionary political and diplomatic process.
I hope you have clearly understand why our DPM choose non-violence movement is peaceful. Any day you claim you are peaceful and turn to violence, the world will dealt with you. And they said that the only way to have a nation is by what? Through a peaceful declaration. You must maintain that peaceful. Even if the peace, you are losing some things. Like what we're having through arresting our brothers, and the King Guru is making, he's bragging about it, not knowing that he's bringing doom to himself. There must be a price to pay. Anybody who pick up today is paying price. That all these countries I was bringing to you, their history, is for you to know that what we are passing through today is what those countries passed through. That is what we are passing through today. Our own cannot be different. When they said our case is different, I tell you, I'm starting to say, that's why I said I want a debate. Those who said that their Biafran case is different, bring it. Let me tell you, it's not different. We are the ones that make it different. Because of the method we choose. What was the method? The method of protest. From Ozuki Thomas and Nnamdi Kanu protest. From Simon Ekpa, we got it right. They will now change narrative to government in exile to issue a peaceful movement. And see, when you are doing something that has backup law, You had it here, Article 2 in bracket 4 of the United Nations Charter, that it prohibits anyone to use force on any international relation. You cannot use force on it. Obatobi said, I don't know why these gullibles are not playing that particular part, that after we have already declared that if you're expecting him to throw one plate on Nigeria, that you will never see it. And then the Biafra will be, had it here, they said, it's a diplomatic work, pen and paper is what the world use. That is why they hide every truth from us. And those truth is under pen and paper, is what they used to write and keep it under safe. And you cannot find it. Rather, you come to analyze how you feel, what you know. Honestly, after our recognition, we are on under international level. That's why our DPM said that before they will think of coming to local, that she's coming out from the office of the international. I think it's a child's play. It's when you understand what you are into and how to achieve it. So, dear friends, like I said, I'm going to play this part again and I will leave it here. We have spent roughly 4 hours for today. So we're going to leave it here. Why as more from my job, the next some few minutes to come. So I urge you to remain resolute on your declared. Support your government. We are building a new nation. Now it's time for us to give. Remember, in Biafran Constitution, there is an article that said that after all you give now, that you should keep writing it down. That when we achieve Biafra, the government will return it to you back. So not think that you are sowing a seed of loss. You are saving your money. You are saving it. And when you get old money, it becomes a new money. When you want to go, that is where we are. So do not panic. Stand strong when you really declared. We are on the right track. We have rewrite our wrong. The loss of the Christian country from 1967 to 2028 November, we are on the wrong path. From the day we got it right, we got this Christian country on the right track to become a country fully, is from the November the 29th, 2024. That was the D-Day. Can't you see that what you as a Biafran or as an average Nigerian, as an average Africa, see as a peaceful declaration? Because it pains me so much when even those who believe in USB is telling you that what our DPM is not doing it, that is not acting with. That is why I'm not happy. That's why I'm not supporting. Now look at how, that is why I told you, the Biafra is beyond me coming here to tell you, it's not this way, it's this way, it's like with how I think, what I feel, to analyze everybody. I will never do it because we have passed, those people are local. We are on international standard, international protocol, international template. That is where we are. Stop fooling yourself and face reality. See, I prefer to pay money to get influence. They pay money to get information. Is this information you are hearing here? Honestly, it's every month, every 25th of every month, $200. It's not a child's play. That is why the message is a mathematics that has no arithmetical formula. It's what I'm giving to you. That's why I said it's a message of words. Reminder of redemption, or redemption of reminder that I'm giving to you. I am preaching a message that I got use money, not to get someone video and analyze it. We have passed beyond that. What we reason, how we feel, and what we think and analyze ourselves is an internal matter. The world has focused on international, external. So whatever we are doing is not external. We are back to where we are from square one, but USB has moved. If you never moved, I ask you, you have moved from the Nokia Touch to the era of all Android, from the era of all Android to the era of iPhone, and now iPhone 18 Pro Max is out. You are rushing to get it. And when I ask you, in this Biafra movement, you must transition, you refuse. When they talk about peaceful declaration, it's like, why would you? The word I want to know, The way we reason is not the way of knocking water. Now, why Biafra has never come is because of a black man brain, not because of Nigeria. As you see Ogenkere, you see Sona Akurawa, you see Chiamaka Ajere, you see Ugo 419, you see Wanye Pole in France, you see I don't know, you see Petty, you see Ruby Nadi, you see Shomo Okoma, you see Bryce Nokoma, and all these people that are making noise. You're now seeing the IPOB, you're seeing the Masob. All these things, they are what? A movement of no transition. They are in class primary 1. They have school primary 1 from Wazwike 1999 to 2026. How many years? He still remains in primary 1. IPO of Mazen Nandekano, from the one Mazen Kano started till today, they remain in primary school. What do you know? IPOB, we move, protest. No, what it is today, our DPM has defined it very well. IPOB, USB, the land of the rising sun. Meaning what? The indigenous people of United States of Biafra. It was simply mean there is no other way. Only one government. And through what I present to you today about the 5 organizations that failed to transition into government in exile and issue the declaration, they did know that all of them fell. As they fell woefully, is because of what? No government in exile, no declaration. The only government in exile the world to know is the one that issue official redeclaration of a lost country, or the declaration of a new one that has its document, that is going to be under diplomatic movement that achieve recognition. That is where we are. And who done that? Who is on that shoe, on that criteria, is only what our DPM Agumani, the mother of the new nation. The old nation was turned into a new one. The old house that was painted and changed all the offices in the house everywhere look brand new. That is what united the state of Biafra. Listen to the last message I have for you. After this, I'm going to say, I will know if you're going to have any comments. Then after that, I will disappear.
Under international law, the phrase peaceful redeclaration does not exist as a codified standalone legal doctrine.
Listen.
Instead, it is a political and rhetorical framework used by self-determination movements or governments in exile. When a group issues a peaceful redeclaration of independence, they are essentially combining 2 recognized concepts of international law, the principle of self-determination and the commitment to the non-use of force. Here is how international law evaluates the component parts of such a declaration. 1. The act of declaration itself. Under international law, the mere act of declaring or redeclaring independence is generally not considered illegal. The Kosovo precedent. In its 2010 advisory opinion on Kosovo, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled that international law contains no prohibition against unilateral declarations of independence. However, the ICJ explicitly separated the making of a declaration from the legal achievement of statehood or secession. 2. The focus on peaceful non-use of force. By explicitly framing a redeclaration as peaceful, a movement aligns its rhetoric with one of the most fundamental pillars of the United Nations Charter, Article 2.4, which prohibits the threat or use of force in international relations. Proclaiming a peaceful path as an effort to gain international sympathy and distinguish the movement from violent insurgencies, it signals to the global community that the movement seeks negotiation, diplomatic engagement, or international arbitration rather than armed conflict. 3. The concept of redeclaration. The use of the prefix re is a political assertion of historical continuity. Movements use this to argue that they are not trying to create a new state out of thin air, but are rather reviving or asserting a sovereignty that they believe was already established historically, but was unlawfully suppressed, interrupted, or denied. How a state actually achieves recognition, while a peaceful redeclaration is a tool to shape public opinion and seek diplomatic paths, international law dictates that a group cannot achieve sovereign statehood simply by declaring it. To be recognized as a state, an entity generally faces 2 competing legal realities: the declaratory theory, Montevideo Convention. This theory argues that an entity becomes a state as soon as it meets 4 factual criteria: a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. The principle of territorial integrity. Existing states strongly protect their current borders. Under modern international law, a right to external self-determination, secession, is tightly restricted. It is typically only recognized by the international community in clear cases of decolonization, foreign occupation, or gross systemic human rights abuses, where no domestic political remedy exists, often referred to as remedial secession. Ultimately, for a peaceful redeclaration to move from a political statement to a legal reality, it requires recognition by other sovereign states, war, which remains a highly discretionary political and diplomatic process.
Yes, Odogwenugu, I don't know, you're close to your mic, your final submission, because I want to end it here and back up with my job. If you're close to your mic.
Yes, yes, and I want to be quick. I don't even think that you're going to give me mic again, but let me use this small medium that you gave me to submit and conclude by giving Biafrans assurance. Biafrans, many of you said Odogwenugu and other people are following Dr. Ngozi Rebeze. No, we are not following Dr. Ngozi Rebeze. We are following the document of the declaration. If you don't have this document, there's no way. If Ngozi Rebeze sell this document now for $50 billion, anybody that bought this document, Odogwenugu will be there. This document is my life, not Dr. Ngozi Rebeze. The same way Simon Ekpa, when Simon Ekpa had the document of the Biafran Republic government in exile, we followed him. We are following the document. When Nnamdi Kanu saw that he doesn't have document and the Simon Ekpa have document, he said, go and follow Simon Ekpa. That new dimension is the document. That's what Odogwenugu is following. Even if Ijere, or who they call it, Chukwuka Ofebu, what's that name of that one that said the mother says Ogiri?
Ikengu.
No, his name.
Chibuze Egbuatu.
If Chibuze Egbuatu took that document that Dr. Ngozi Rebeze showed in our declaration, I will follow him. I am following the message, not the messenger. And that is what our Real Biafra TV is getting more research on that. That without a document, you are lost. It's not about how I want it. It's not about who I like or who I love or who I know. It's not about who is this or who is that. No. It's about the document that will make the international community to bow down to me. They are bowing down to me because of the document I'm holding in my hand. Oye jigu ke ewu na-eso Biafrans. That is why without a document, you cannot have a government. Without a government, you cannot have a state. IPOB does not have a state. Biafra Republic government in exile created the states. And the United States of Biafra signed the document that this is their name. This is territorial integrity throughout his waterways shall henceforth be called the United States of Biafra. And they agree on the United States and the United Nations that all men are created equal. That's what Ngozi Rebeze said. All men are created equal. Can you people now hear somebody like was expelled because he's not corrupt, he's not good to be in the government? Can you people imagine that? When I wanted to be a captain in army in Enugu during Omeka Omeruwa, Enugu State, Emeka Omeruwa, go and reason, you people should go and Google Emeka Omeruwa, former governor for Enugu State during military regime. He said, because I have nobody. That's why I should have been a captain. After returning back from Ecomog in Liberia, how did Nigeria treat me? How did Nigeria treat me? Because I have nobody. Now you have given me, Dr. Ngozi Rebeze have given me a name, or United States of Biafra, where if I want to have anything, if I want to be anything, I will be. Without looking at who I am, or what I have, or who I know, or who my father is. or how much investment do I have? And you are telling me not to support that government that give me ID card, identity card. I'm identified as the United States of Biafra, but I was not identified as a Nigerian. Never. I wasn't identified as a Nigerian because Nigeria was not made to be in existence. It was not meant to be in existence because Nigeria was not declared. The world did not know that Nigeria was declared. There's no country in this world, prove me, that was not declared. There's no country. Any
And
country
even
that
though
was
who was
any
amalgamated
country
has really changed the movement.
Yes, any country that was not declared was not known. Palestine is still looking for the recognition because they are not declared.
There's no
Palestine.
declaration. But they have government in exile, but they don't declare. They just claiming it under otherwise. To today, you have not recognized them. Till today, they are looking for recognition from the UN.
I want to say more grace to your ego as you continue to open the eyes of Biafra and open even my eye too, because so many things I did not know. If I have known, I could have picked up this mantle before Nnamdi Kanu or even before Simon Ekpa, or even I could have mounted on the podium to declare this Biafra before Dr. Ngozi Orebeze. But
Thank you.
Biafrans,
Thank you.
Biafrans, I want to say, yes, I want to say one more second. Biafrans, if he needs boom to get Biafra, many of us have capacity. Many of us could have the capacity to do that. I am assuring Biafra, but we find out that it doesn't need all this boom. That's why we are waiting. If he needs that, after the declaration, we have the capacity to make that boom work. But after that boom, we still remain as slaves in a country we want to go out. It doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Onaga. Your mic was not connected on your device, so please, Bishop Onaga, please, you go out. I don't know, refresh your phone. The gadget could not allow me to bring you in, Bishop Onaga. I see you. Then on that, I'll go to my brother Triple M. Thank you so much, Triple M. You are here. Please, you can unmute and have the mic.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, my brother. Before TV, don't drink one number. They can It's taken out for some time now. I'm kind of busy. Even as I'm even at work. I'm even at work now. I'm on site. So now I know for Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just from there get things. Don't drink one number. This can out. Hey, my own brother, the living legend. Mazi Odogwe, Honorable Odogwe Enugu.
The founding father.
One of the founding fathers. Don't drink one name, they kill them good. Thank you so much. I also extend my greeting for those that have spoken before me. I appreciate each and every one of you for your contributions. My people at the comment section, though I joined at the middle of the program anyway. My people at the comment section, I greet each and every one of you. I appreciate you for standing tall, for believing in what is good. As we are pushing, we must continue to push. Our enemies are going gaga. Why are they going gaga? Why are they running hate scatter? They told us before that we are making noise. They said that the way we are doing it is not the way we are supposed to do it. Even the so-called Finland told us, which our DPM repeated, that now that is the reason why they took our PM away, that we should go into our freedom diplomatically. One day, let's go here with diplomatically. You know, at times, about them. I will retreat my step because our history, the history of USB, will not be complete without mentioning Finland.
Yes.
Because if they never gave us the safe landing, or the privilege for we to come into their land, we will not be here today, standing tall and strong. Maybe they made that out of ignorance. Maybe, in fact, God will always work in a mysterious way. For God to compile them to give us that same grant to come and do our this thing, even our worst enemy, the worst enemy of Biafra, God will also compile our worst enemy to recognize us. Even because all we can they funny. There is nothing God cannot do. When our leader Mazen Nandekano was, championing this struggle with the DOS and members, despite all their crowd, despite all their noise making, whenever he visited the UN, they will always tell him, go and start and be doing something. Which my cannot once said last time. He said that you can't be doing the same thing all time and expect different answer. It's not done anywhere. It's not done anywhere. And today we have taken a new dimension that brought to us by our PM. And today we are making a history. We have already made a history. And we are continuing to make a history more because the enemies are running haters scatter because they know what we have. Check the history of every country that stands today as a sovereign state. The thing they do that kept them where they are today is what USB have done. It is only our own, our people, that still thinking is business as usual. But they failed woefully. They failed woefully. When I look at some people, just like what my brother Dogus just said, whenever we talk, they say Ngozi, go and follow your madam. Even when our PM was there, me myself, I am not seeing PM. What I'm seeing is that message. Even when our leader Mazen was preaching, he is the carrier of message, yes, but I am focusing on that particular message he is preaching. That is my aim, and that is my focus. Our DPM today, she is the one that already declared, and it has entered into the history. It is now in the history, in the archive of Biafra. Even all these people that is, talking all this matter of rubbish. Internet is there. It's very simple thing. Even they will not go details. Just go to the Google. Even the WhatsApp we are using, they have a WhatsApp AI. Just go there and type when was USB or when did the USB was really declared. That is thing onye declare ya. Gwa ga eto shibido na ebe ano. Gwa ga na Lati Finland. These people that is bragging left, right, center that what we are doing, it doesn't make sense. Where do they get their own information? Where exactly do they get their information? That thing that international community ask us to go and get, what they told the Wali Nanikalo, go and start doing something. USB have gotten it. USB have gotten it. And the only thing is, also only we are following our document. I voted though. Even all these people that is fighting against what we are doing. I ain't chat to self-referendum. Almost all of them here now, the people in our cabinet today, they have the ID. They accompanied us to go and get and rebut our new nation. Today they say it doesn't exist. I was listening to Okengwene when Mazekai played one of his video because them, if they exist, I don't even know. I no longer go to their platform. Once you deviate, I will just exit myself from the platform. He was saying that that they will do something They have to, do themselves, arrange themselves well. They need to redeclare Biafra. That not what Ngozi is doing. They say they redeclare USB. When you go to Biafran land, you will see in Nigerian everything there. That Nigeria is still operating in full time. This is a man that is in cabinet. When our PM said it, that when what we are going to Finland to do is just to go and generate that document. Not tomorrow, after now, when we declare, you will say, Nigerian parents are still here. Nigerians are still there. They are still controlling. He said, yes, they will be here. But it's going to take us 5 years. It's going to take us 10 years. It doesn't matter how long it takes. At the end, the happy is that Biafra will institutionalize. Biafra will come to stay. When I hear this man that called himself Isaiah Anyogo talking this thing, I say, why don't him confront our PM if he say he has a boss? That period, all of them we are in cabinet, and our PM made that statement. They all kept silent, saying that all is well. Now he's not countering it. It's not even our DPM that made that statement. It's our PM. But today he's not using it as a yardstick that when you declare, you don't have to see the president of Nigeria. That in fact, when they do their own, people will know that they have really declared. I laugh. I say these guys, enemies of our freedom, left, right, center. But they already fell on arrival. Because my brother before my brother before my brother really before TV. Remember before now, you have made us to know all this, that so many countries that gain their freedom. When once the regroup made the redeclaration, you will see many other groups pumping up. Will be supported by the opposition that doesn't want the Biafra the freedom to happen. Not only Biafra. When you say this thing, all these things have not started though. So it's obvious when I hear people saying that Biafra is different. Biafra, our case is different. How your case is different? You are looking for freedom. That same freedom, many people have fought it. Many people have gained that freedom, and they have. Okay, is it because of all that made international law on how to get a new country? Is it because of Biafra? And that law has been there. People have gained their freedom before with that same law, and you don't want to ask yourself. Previously, no country is mentioning anything about Biafra. No country is penalizing Nigeria because of the actions they are making towards our people until 29th November 2024. Everything resurfaced. Everything began to happen. Even the one that baffles me, the map of Biafra that is no longer in the world map. After that period, and the document was submitted left, right, center. Map of Biafra resurfaced to the world, to the world map. And this time around, it's no longer, because we used to know Biafra as a Republic of Biafra, the one Ojukwu declared, Republic of Biafra. But rebirth of Biafra now is coming, it came back with USB. And that same, the USB now is what the world map recognizes. When you go through it, you see here the history. The first declaration was on 22nd of blah 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 1967, but was failed. Then the 21st century declaration was championed from so and so place and get to this place. So woman redeclared, and people are still arguing. Why nah? It can't condemn mother. No, anyway, our people. I don't even blame them. The problem we are having today is a dangers of long agitation. You have made that program here before. That is what we are facing today. Dangers of long agitation. That is exactly. Your mic is muted. Open your mic. Let's what say.
Yes, the danger in a long agitation. Honestly,
exactly.
You never started this position. Honestly,
that is. He haven't started. I am following you now.
You tell me to use my app. I better remain home.
So when I see all this is happening today, I'm not shaking because it has happened before, and what we are
Yes,
doing today is what has happened before.
and
You know?
if you look at what happened before now to what we are passing through right now through our USO declared, after that
Yeah.
the accusations will emerge. That after that, look at this program today. 5 organizations, 5 leaders in Africa that was arrested and they remain in prison because of no government in exile, no declaration. Look at what we're passing through today. Why are they doing all those things? It's for them to demoralize us and stop Biafra movement. And there's something they said.
Exactly.
We continue with IPOB organization that from that time to 2040, that if the world we forgot about Biafra, like the way they forgot about this 5 group that was failed. I said,
That
wow.
is it.
That
That
what
is
things
it.
our own USD declared after our declaration, it now transition us back into the world map again.
Yeah. Now there is something Mike Arnold said on the last program. He appeared on the Maze Kai platform. Mike Arnold, sometimes I don't know, is it kam kwuo nke a n'Igbo, asụ okenye amaghị ala egwu arụ ala ka ọ. How can he say that what we are doing, we are just is in the paper, we are just doing, we declared, and the paper is just paper that we have. Apart from paper, can you the country? Going by bilateral agreement, one no by paper.
By paper now.
Why is he trying to discourage us?
Mark Arnold, after listening to him that phrase, he said that he know nothing about international law. That is why I don't care to hear whatever he wants to say.
Also, he doesn't know much about international law. A governor in the United States of America once a governor. Now we're gonna hear international.
Triple M. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
You see this law that guides government in exile and declaration.
Yeah.
It's been on a hiding document.
You know, Biafra TV.
And there's one thing about government. I take the wisdom, deny it from those who's supposed to have it, and give it to those who are supposed to have it. That is possible.
Yeah.
And I see Mark Arnold pretending because
I call it pretense. Yes.
He's channeled his energy with canon information, whatever he told you.
That is it.
So
now look out. Okay, look at now look at who is canon Takano? Him mingling with. Today, Takano na our DPM. Okay. He noticed Canon Takano. He noticed him.
Yes.
You notice him. But our DPM that have made a huge sacrifice. The war Duma. Despite listen, Omahia. That man, he wants to continue his making because he has people he's don't know what they're going on help on Nigeria. That is what they usually want Africa to look like. Bena yetu genetu ha tige gị na ọgbaghara gị na-agbagharị ha na-ewetara gị AIDS sizi n'azụ chichi ọgbaghara gị aha eri ihe inwe our leader Maazị Nodeclarations kwuru ya ọ sị we are fighting so many powers, not only zoo. And then keep as well. My happiness is that thing they hidden, they hided it out from us. Today we have noticed it, and we are not facing them with that same law. They said is the right one. Oh yeah, I am with the even USB today break a record of freedom fighting and create a new record of freedom fighting. So yes, me, they cannot deny our recognition. It can only delay, and it can never be denied. If you are jumping ups and down, following all these people, thinking that they are the people doing something for you, one day, like I watch. Anybody telling you about freedom of Biafra today, Nana support you USB. One day, back up again. Even I don't even believe in this thing that's Namaz and Nanekalo Kretiga. That one is Canon Takano and the group.
He's Canon Takano using the name of Maz like
Canon Takano and group.
Ifan and claiming that they are the one in charge of Maz Namde, Maz Simon. It's just the same thing, the same method of madness.
So the Canon Takano in question are working for Nigerian government. We all know. Akwa ha won this nazo gabru moto ebutero mas na kan here reject aya. Akwa ha nazo ga na the motor. Tell me how they will stand or bring any good information that will help our leader to come out. Because how many now? You got only our recognition. It's only our recognition. I will bring him out. At this junction, my brother, I use my mark. Thank you so much, my brother. It's taken on. We must continue.
Thank you. There is a comment our sister Flora Kubirome, he said, because our people only go to where they gossip about fellow Biafrans who failed instead of going to from the right platform that teaches the reality on getting our country food. I know our people, for me, I have different ideologies since I pick up research and get myself well equipped. I change my movement totally. Is when I know that all these things that we are doing is like IPOB movement. What IPOB was doing, if anybody messed up, they will attack the person, they will analyze the person and all of them. No matter what we analyze today, what gives me encouragement when I see that after even Ghana issued declaration in 1957 by Kwame Nkrumah that people was against him, even tried to kill him. And many organizations of the march, they said, Kwame Nkrumah tell his people, forget about these people. Let us focus on recognition that Ghana law will judge all of them. What happened at last? Do you know that when a country have a court of no appeal, a court of no mercy, a court that even if you come to ask for your brother, they will capture you, give you 5 years in prison because if you want to come and talk about your brother. And any judge who trying to bring that case up, they put him in prison, remove from his position. See, the time has come. Today, if you don't analyze Nneka Chimezie, you analyze Adadi Oramma. If you don't analyze Adadi Oramma, you talk Chiamaka Ajere. You don't talk Chiamaka Ajere, you talk Ugo 247. You don't talk Ugo 247. We'll talk about IPOB, the new leadership, and the old one. If you don't do that, you talk about the master prophet. This is how. It honestly pissed me off that now that they said we are under the international law obligation, and that is what we can't analyze. Sorry, I don't know how to help, but the truth is that we're supposed to grow beyond that. You see, those who you want them to repent, who are the one that Biafra constitution will put in prison, is not all these gullibles. When there was doing it against Ghana, against Kwame Nkrumah declaration in 1957, what happened? All of them, some of them died in prison, some brought into exile and disappeared. So the time is here, whether I like it or not. So I want you to know that only way that arrested our leaders is for the Biafran to die, like these 5 states that I've given it to you today. They are leaders in Africa. This is what happened in Africa, in 5 different countries, 5 different groups. When the leader was arrested, they refused to issue declaration that we take the matter under internal, remove it onto external. They refused to redeclare. The leader remained in prison. Some died after torture. The time we are into, if you know, you know. I don't have time to listen to any media that is talking against all this charade. We have done it from Wazirike down to Masinanekan. About 2 at a time said we should stop the attack, focus on the ball, all eyes on the ball. The ball right now is to you to dig ground to find international global community. Yes, Chris Biafran son, USB has come to stay forever. That is our country. No going back. No going back. No going back. If see at where we are this time, That is when you will know that everything, what we are doing now is that the part to create a new history, that the next countries that to implement government in exile structure and people education we follow is what is remaining. Once it is done, and for that to happen, it is only going to happen in conclusion with the end point of our USB recognition. That is the only way out. No other way around. Oyabatobie is not doing it well when he was here. What he's not doing it well? Because of his transition fastly to government in exile. And they could not allow him to redeclare it. The Oyabatobie said, I am waiting for Mazin Nnamdi Kanu to come out. Then he can come. Then we now form government in exile. I want you to know when he was where he didn't do it well. And you are here today, the same history has repeated again, and you are on the wrong track again. Oge megi no le before mara no le. Now, on that, when you are looking at Oyabatobie now come and is going in exile, I'm working on about speed, that if I told is not doing it well, I am a mad person, but stop. You remember that word? And today Oyabatobie is not here. When we go to the is a pick up from where Oyabatobie stopped in government in exile, planning to issue the declaration. 2 weeks to that, he took him out. And what we want us to come to Finland and dance and come back and wait for him to come back. What was the difference between what we are suggesting and what IPOB is doing under the name of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu? Can't you analyze the way we are? Is time to critical thinking. And even you don't need to think much, because the truth is in the open. So today our DPM has moved on, lift us up from where Oyabatobie trying to stop us. Man can stop on the protests. Oyabatobie come, stop from government in exile and book a date for declaration. He took away. And our DPM pick from the date of that date of redeclare, move on from there. That is how you know that this movement is moving forward. There's somebody who, after finishing primary school, instead of you to enter secondary, said, oh, because of the teacher who taught me in primary school, is not the one in secondary, I will go back to the secondary school. But you must swear, you join us today very lately as we're rounding up. Our people are very dumb, seriously. Yes, it simply means, thank you, that the apostle of Jesus Christ should wait on Jesus Christ come back again. And they should have not preached about the kingdom of God and the coming back of Jesus Christ. That is what IPOB and BC is doing. You have a teacher, a class teacher in primary school. After you have graduated, have 1 year primary school exam for you to enter secondary, said, oh, because of this teacher, he's not going to teach me in secondary school. Let me go back to the primary until he enters start teaching secondary school. Then I will follow. Chai, onye mo ni henka. Go ahead, me here. Eh? You want that teacher that taught you from primary school. You go back to that primary school because of the teacher. That's why I told you, follow the message, not the messenger. The teacher is follow the message, the message. Leave the messenger alone. If you can leave primary school and enter secondary school without the same teacher, that is why we must transition without Mazin Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa to issue a redeclaration and start proving that we are government in exile. We are going to have open mic tomorrow evening. And with the headline, will be all these things I'm taking. I will just check out the headline so we can educate ourselves more and we can look at it the other way around. Let's use, if a teacher in primary school is not the one to teach you in secondary school, are you going to go back to primary school because of the teacher, or are you going to move forward without a teacher in secondary school? Think of that program. We're going to anchor you tomorrow, and it's going to be an open. Tomorrow I will do open mic. After my intro, then we will do open mic. So please, my fellow Biafrans, you can't claim peaceful and claim violence at the same time. Use of force is being punished by the world, by those that we are looking for them to grant us a full recognition of US already declared. Peace must remain peace at all times. I think we are going to close this here. We have tried. It's 4 hours and unless if anybody bob into the link. I thank God that today they finally said, John, rest, no work for you today. According to the message on my email. So thank you for that. That is why I'm still piloting the movie. That is why I'm still here, giving all my time to people, to us to understand what we are doing and why we have to do that. So on that reason, I think I will go back to play the beginning of the program, how we started the program. So those that just join us, we have some mindset of what we did today. So that is exactly what we're going to do. After that, there's many jobs to do. I will already start cutting all my programs in 10 minutes so it can go far. So please, whenever you sit on YouTube, I will only urge you to share those 10 minutes program. You also want to share them on your WhatsApp. If you DM me on my WhatsApp group, then I will also post it there. So you can send the message 10 minutes so everybody can listen. Where everybody can listen to the message through the 10 minutes. That is one thing that we almost do at this time. I am doing all these things to make sure that I deliver this message. Honestly, I am doing all these things to make sure that I deliver the message. That is why you see me doing this I'm doing today. Not that because I want my nation. I want my country. I want to have my own country. That is why I'm doing that. So I thank all of you. We have done well today. Why the network is very bad for me. So I want to play the beginning of the program back again. And the network is doing what I don't really understand it. So on that reason, my people, we must continue in all angles. And I almost want you to know that we are on a right track. We are on what? On a right track. After our peaceful redeclared of our lost nation. And you know that only through that is how we are going to achieve it back. There is no other way we will achieve it back. The network will not allow me what I want to do. So please bear with me. I will play the last one of it. After that, I am ending the program. We already spent close to 5 hours. It's not easy. And I thank all of you that are here with me. I thank all of you because your comment, your like is also encouraging me to move forward. That is why I ask you anytime you join, kindly hit the like button. Hit the like button. Once you hit that like button, you know what happens? It gives us morale that people are listening. And once you hit the like button, subscribe if you never do so. And I want to know that there is nothing that anybody can do to stop US being declared. Out of the 75 ESA governments in the world, there is no CRC, there is no BGC, there is no PUC, there is no IPOP, there is nothing like MASOB. It's only United of Biafra. And that United of Biafra has climbed from down, from the bottom to up. As I'm talking to you right now. After this month, we will check the position again because it's worth it every 3 months. Then when we find out where USB is right now and also where we are in Africa, this government is moving. There is no other person. There is no other entity. So please have your mindset relaxed. Believe that you have already achieved Biafra in your own time. That's what I told myself through our peaceful declaration that has to legal backup under the United Nations Charter, Article 2 in bracket 4. And it was an example of Kosovo, how Kosovo used a peaceful declaration to become a country today, despite lacking a full recognition from the United Nations. The only thing that they are lacking at this time around is words, is full recognition that they are waiting for. So let's know if network will allow us to play this. Let's see if it will allow us to. play. They don't allow us. We are going to end it. We have tried today. Honestly, we have tried. We have done well.
Excluding the movements in Biafra and Ambazonia, several other self-determination and freedom struggles across Africa fit this exact structural trap. In these cases, a leader was arrested, the local population refused to pivot to an exile administration or change their original political stance, and because they did not issue alternative or compromised peaceful re-declarations, the movement stalled out, the leaders remain behind bars, and the world has completely stopped talking about them. Here are 5 clear examples across Africa that match this exact pattern. 1. Afumba Mombotwa. Organization, Linyungandambo. The region, Barotseland, seeking independence from Zambia. The history, Barotseland entered a treaty, the 1964 Barotseland Agreement, to join Zambia at independence, but the Zambian government later unilaterally revoked the region's special autonomous status. In 2012, the Barotse National Council opted for total independence. Mombotwa formed an interim transitional government on the ground. In December 2014, he and his top aides were arrested by Zambian security forces and later sentenced to long-term hard labor at a maximum security prison for treason. Why it matches your criteria? Instead of shifting operations abroad to set up an official government in exile, Mombotwa's followers insisted that their domestic state was already legally established on the ground. They refused to issue any compromise declarations or alter their strict independence platform. Because of this strategic standstill, Mombotwa remains in prison. The movement failed to gain physical control or international traction, and the Barotseland independence cause is completely ignored by modern media. 2. John Samboma. Organization, Caprivi Liberation Army, CLA. The region, Caprivi Strip/Itenj, seeking independence from Namibia. The history, the Caprivi Strip, is a narrow panhandle in Namibia with a distinct colonial history. Samboma, the military commander of the CLA, led an armed secession attempt in 1999 to free the Caprivi people from Namibian administration. He was captured, illegally extradited through neighboring countries, and subjected to what became the longest, most drawn-out high treason trial in Namibian legal history. In 2015, he was hit with a massive multi-decade prison sentence. Why it matches your criteria? Following his arrest, the core members of the movement inside the territory fiercely rejected entering into a passive, peaceful political compromise with the Namibian state. They did not transition into an organized exile government or craft a new diplomatic declaration. Consequently, Samboma and his closest aides have languished in prison for decades, the territory remains fully under Namibian control, and the international community has completely forgotten the Caprivi conflict. 3. Omar Mwamnwazi. Organization, Mombasa Republican Council, MRC. The region, Coast Province/Pwani, seeking independence from Kenya. The history, driven by decades of land displacement and economic marginalization of the coastal indigenous population, Mwamnwazi founded the MRC under the slogan Pwani si Kenya, the coast is not part of Kenya, claiming independence based on historical 19th century British protectorate treaties. He was arrested in a violent police raid in 2012, repeatedly charged with treason and incitement, and systematically denied freedom. Why it matches your criteria? The MRC deliberately refused to change their strict territorial demand or create an alternative digital or external political body in exile. They also refused to water down their original declaration into a standard regional political party. Because the movement was crushed locally and refused to adapt its international strategy, Mwamnwazi remains entangled in the state prison system. The independence bid collapsed into a quiet stalemate, and nobody talks about the MRC today. 4. George Kobler Nyakpo and the leadership succeeding the founder. Organization, Homeland Study Group Foundation, HSGF. The region, Western Togoland, seeking independence from Ghana. The history, Western Togoland was a separate British League of Nations mandate that was merged into Ghana following a controversial 1956 plebiscite. The HSGF was established to peacefully advocate for the restoration of Western Togoland's sovereignty. While the elderly founder passed away, active operational leaders like George Nyakpo were rounded up by Ghanaian intelligence forces, held without formal charges for extended periods under a 1970s military junta decree, and heavily restricted. Why it matches your criteria? The organization's youth and regional supporters consistently reject forming a shadow government or operating as an exile administration out of neighboring Togo. They have refused to issue softer, revised political declarations to appease Accra. Because they held strictly to their rigid domestic claims without building an active diplomatic wing abroad, their leadership remains heavily criminalized or locked up. The movement has failed to build a country, and it has faded entirely from regional news. 5. Nasoro Said Hamed, and the remaining Uamsho leaders. Organization: Association for Islamic Mobilization and Propagation, Uamsho. The region, Zanzibar. Seeking total autonomy/independence from Tanzania. The history: Zanzibar is a semi-autonomous island chain paired with mainland Tanganyika to form Tanzania. Uamsho began as a religious group, but rapidly evolved into a political liberation movement, demanding a referendum for Zanzibar's total independence. In 2013, the Tanzanian state cracked down heavily, arresting its top leadership structure on terrorism and treason charges. While some leaders were released in a 2021 presidential amnesty, key unyielding figures like Nasoro Said Hamed remained behind bars. Why it matches your criteria? The remaining hardline factions of the movement completely reject transitioning into an external exile government structure or shifting their rhetoric to a softer form of regional autonomy. They stick completely to the original independence demand. Because they will not alter their core declaration to negotiate an exit with the mainland government, the remaining leaders are kept in maximum security isolation, the push for Zanzibari sovereignty has hit a wall, and the global press treats the matter as fully closed.
Thank you to you all, as we see again tomorrow. We have done it where this maximum going to 5, just some minutes, 9 minutes to become maximum 5 hours for today. So I thank you all. We'll come back again tomorrow. Please remember, no government in exile, no declaration, no way of having a country. When it's come to a lost one, no government in exile to issue a redeclaration, no way to have the country. That is why USB is the only solution after we have redeclared our country back. Thank you as we move from now.